è che non ha bisogno di presentazioni. Dottor Robert Malone, prego.
One moment. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. It's an honor to be here. My name is Robert Malone. I'm a physician and a scientist. I live in the United States. I'm trained in vaccinology and molecular virology and pathology and many other disciplines. I've spent 30 years of my life working on developing vaccines in an ethical, safe way. I've been involved in developing fundamental vaccine technology, including these technologies that give rise to these mRNA vaccines. This happened in the late 1980s when I was still a young man. So I'm very familiar with these vaccines, and I also have a strong commitment over many years to what we call drug repurposing for infectious disease outbreaks. I spent quite a bit of time and effort in developing and identifying repurposed drugs for the virus called Zika. And since the beginning of 2020, beginning actually January 4th, I've been focused on working with a team that is largely affiliated with the U.S. Department of Defense to identify and develop and get clinical testing of repurposed drugs for treating SARS-CoV-2 and the COVID-19 disease. So I've been working very hard on this for quite a while, and I'm very honored to be here with this amazing collection of international scientists and physicians that have come together to share their wisdom and experience with many, many, many thousands of patients in early treatment of this disease. What I've learned, and I've learned over time, and also in listening to this group make various presentations yesterday and today, is how many different drug therapy options we have. So this is a message of hope. We, in my opinion, we have had a year and a half of fear that we've all been living under, much stress. Many people are driven by this fear. We've had to sequester ourselves. We've had our small businesses damaged. Italy in particular was at the first wave in the West and suffered greatly. I think all of the world deserves, should respect and appreciate the contributions which the Italian people have made and the Italian physicians. One of the things I've learned in this initial wave and then subsequently, one of the things that I've been very glad to learn about in my travels here and in the meetings beforehand is the international group Hippocrates that has started here in Italy, that has pioneered many of these drug treatment strategies for early intervention and saved many thousands of patients from ever becoming hospitalized. This is similar to various groups in the United States, such as FLCCC, that have also tested and had great success at early intervention with these drugs. So my impression and my belief is that we have hope. We do not need to live under fear. There are agents that are off patent, very inexpensive, and if physicians are allowed to practice medicine, if we're allowed to follow our Hippocratic Oath, if we're allowed to practice our art as we have learned over many years, and work with our patients to devise treatment strategies that are safe and effective for them, we can turn this sense is that he's, and I spoke about Hippocrates in particular to him and their successes here in Italy in providing leadership and enabling these early interventions and saving lives. My sense is that he listened very carefully, that much of what I had shared with him was new to him. He had not heard these things before, and he seemed to be very grateful and respectful. My sense is he has a very sophisticated understanding of what's going on in the world and the interactions between the wealthy nations and the poor nations, etc. So I can't say that this is going to have any impact, but I carried the message of this meeting, which he asked about, and of the many scientists and the leaders, such as those in Hippocrates, who I specifically mentioned to him. And I'm hopeful that he's now heard this message and that it will become part of the internal discussions within the church. So with that, I don't want to take too much time. I understand that the schedule is a little bit crowded. But again, I thank you for the opportunity. I really thank the organizers. I think this is an amazing job that Lily and Robert have done. And I think the world owes them gratitude. And I thank all of you for the opportunity to participate in your community and learn from your teaching.
A questo punto chiedo forse di presentare Burgana. Vi lascio la parola.
Allora chiamo a intervenire di seguito uno all'altro i due direttori del Comitato Medico Scientifico di Ippocrate Org. Do la parola prima a Fabio Burigana e successivamente poi alla dottoressa Rosanna Chifari.
Sì. No? Ah. Ok. Bene. Va bene, mi sentite? Posso iniziare? Bene, allora, buonasera a tutti, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Io ho 15 minuti secchi, ma 3 minuti li devo dedicare ai ringraziamenti. Il primo grande ringraziamento alla senatrice Ferrero, che ha fatto qualcosa di storico. Tutti si ricorderanno di quello che ci ha permesso di realizzare, per me importantissimo. È stata una importantissima occasione per incontrare colleghi da tutto il mondo e un evento veramente unico, dobbiamo essere consapevoli. Quindi grazie senatrice di cuore veramente. Non posso non ringraziare il carissimo amico Mauro Rango, che grazie a lui ho passato 8 mesi con molte notti insonni, con ore e ore dedicate ad ascoltare i colleghi, ad ascoltare i pazienti. Perché notti insonne? Perché alle volte curare il paziente con la Covid è semplice, alle volte non è assolutamente semplice. Però vi devo dire che nel momento in cui il paziente sta meglio è veramente il momento di vera gioia del medico, e tutti quelli che fanno questo lavoro maledetto e benedetto lo sanno molto molto bene e dovrebbe essere riscoperto. Ultimo ringraziamento per i miei colleghi meravigliosi, sono colleghi, colleghe ed amici, persone veramente uniche, persone meravigliose. Devo dire che 2/3 sono donne, non a caso, insomma. Quindi un grandissimo ringraziamento, sono veramente delle carissime amiche. Ecco, detto questo, mi sono già bruciato 4 minuti, me ne restano 11. Allora, uno dei problemi fondamentali delle critiche che vengono fatte a movimento di volontariato come il nostro è le basi scientifiche, le evidenze scientifiche. Quindi farò una brevissima presentazione del metodo per spiegare come siamo arrivati ai nostri protocolli terapeutici, che saranno descritti più tardi dalla collega, dalla Rosanna. Allora, la medicina, la evidence-based medicine, che nasce formalmente attorno agli anni 90, dovrebbe essere fatta da questi tre, da questo cerchio, lo vedete, in cui c'è una parte che ci sono appunto le prove di efficacia, un'altra parte dedicata ai valori del paziente e una terza parte dedicata alle esperienze ed abilità del medico. Sackett e Cochrane, quando presentarono l'evidence-based medicine, le basi, quando si parla di evidenza scientifica ci si riferisce all'evidence-based medicine, ha presentato la torta in questo modo qua. La torta reale, e se voi sentite i colleghi, è quell'altra, cioè quasi il 95% dedicata alle prove di efficacia, che vuol dire alla letteratura scientifica, ai lavori scientifici, mentre i valori del paziente, quindi significa conoscere il paziente, il rapporto col paziente è stato non sempre, perché direi una bugia, ma molte volte, soprattutto in ambienti strutturati, dimenticata, perché c'è il protocollo e il protocollo va sopra ogni tipo del valore del paziente, molte volte, non sempre così. Poi c'è l'esperienza e l'abilità del medico. In questi ultimi anni si dice che quello che vede il medico coi suoi occhi non vale assolutamente niente, perché è aneddotica. Sì, ma non c'è l'esperienza ragionata, c'è l'esperienza pensata, c'è l'esperienza condivisa. Quindi quello che proponiamo noi di Ippocrate Org, sì, letteratura scientifica che deve essere conosciuta, deve essere letta, deve essere valutata, ma anche riscopriamo il rapporto col paziente, i valori del paziente, e riscopriamo la nostra esperienza personale. Riscopriamo la clinica, non rimaniamo a leggere i lavori scientifici, ritorniamo a guardare il paziente. Per favore, la seconda. No, è sparita. È sparita. È terribile questo. Io adesso non so cosa dire. non è vero, mi arrangio, non si può fare altro. Allora, no, veramente, non è mica mio questo, eh? Qua c'è un demonietto che sta... Allora, sì, e quando si parla delle prove di efficacia dobbiamo renderci conto di tutti i limiti delle prove di efficacia, perché le prove di efficacia hanno dei grandi limiti, perché io posso avere delle idee molto molto buone, ma se dietro non ho i soldi, è così la vita, è così la società nostra, non posso fare niente. Per aver soldi devo avere delle ricadute economiche, è evidente, ma non è un male, attenzione, non presento questo come un male, lo presento come la realtà. Significa che tante idee magari buone, visto che la maggior parte della ricerca viene fatta da parte delle aziende farmaceutiche, non potranno andare a fondo, saranno bloccate. E questo è un grosso problema della medicina, questo è un grosso problema che dovrà essere affrontato. Poi c'è tutta un'altra serie di blocchi che passa, come tutti quelli che fanno ricerca sanno molto bene, dall'accettazione della rivista scientifica all'accettazione nelle società scientifiche. Le società scientifiche nella medicina di oggi hanno un'importanza enorme. Perché hanno un'importanza enorme? Perché nessun medico riesce a seguire tutta la letteratura scientifica e quindi le società scientifiche fanno le grandi sintesi. Come dire, la società scientifica ha preso il posto di quello che faceva il clero quando impediva di leggere i Vangeli. Oggi non è che non si possano leggere, ma non è facile. Le società scientifiche ti danno l'orientamento. E se quindi sono un grossissimo vincolo. Poi l'altra cosa, e anche se ci sono questi passaggi, c'è l'ulteriore passaggio, l'implementazione della nuova terapia. Se noi abbiamo una terapia nuova che è stata anche approvata dalla società scientifica, ma non viene investito per implementarla, per far convegni, eccetera, nessuno saprà niente. Attenzione, questa non è una critica, un'osservazione. Non sono il primo a parlare di questi temi, ma nella storia della medicina e della scienza questo è un argomento centrale che deve essere affrontato e con la Covid in pratica è emersa in tutta la sua problematicità. Poi, in verità, per certe molecole noi abbiamo anche una documentazione scientifica importante. Per l'ivermectina abbiamo una documentazione scientifica importante. Gli articoli sono pure stati pubblicati, molte non in riviste con altissimo impact factor, però abbiamo degli studi, delle RCT fatti assolutamente bene. Nell'ivermectina, seppure è stata una truffa, lo so molto bene, però anche se togliamo quei lavori là, come dire, l'evidenza scientifica è molto alta, eppure nessuno ne parla. Una piccola nota di colore, la critica che ha fatto l'FDI nei confronti dell'ivermectina è stata vergognosa, non scientifica, perché non hanno portato un dato, hanno parlato di avvelenamenti. È vergognoso questo, forse ne parlerà la collega. Allora, cosa facciamo noi? Puoi andare avanti per favore? Allora, visto che qua stiamo parlando di metodo, non parliamo delle terapie, ma del metodo, io ho rispolverato due concetti importantissimi. Il primo concetto lo vorrei leggere, perché qua non riesco a leggere, volevo riprendere due concetti. Il primo è la scienza post-normale. Adesso io vado qua a leggere perché non riesco, scusatemi. La scienza post-normale dice che quando i fatti sono incerti, vi sentite? Quando i fatti sono incerti, i valori sono in discussione, la posta in gioco è alta e le decisioni urgenti, bisogna creare un nuovo metodo di far scienza. E con questa Covid abbiamo avuto tutti questi quattro elementi. Quindi si entra nella scienza post-normale di Funtowitz, in cui è corretto uscire dai binari stretti della scienza. Bisogna raccogliere le informazioni in un altro modo, ed ecco che il clinico, quello che vede il clinico con i suoi occhi, acquista un valore enorme. La ricerca non si può più fare solo nelle università, bisogna farla nel territorio, guardando i pazienti. E tenete presente che grandissimi limiti grandissime problematiche ci sono state proprio perché gran parte dei lavori scientifici sono stati fatti in ambiente ospedaliero universitario e quindi è stata vista solo una parte della realtà, non tutta la realtà. Quindi questo è un altro stimolo importante. Devo dire che la caratteristica nostra di Ippocrate Org è proprio quella di raccogliere tantissimi dati reali clinici e continuamente confrontarsi fra noi, confrontarsi con la letteratura anche. Quindi rispolveriamo la scienza post-normale di Funtovitz, rispolveriamo la complessità in medicina. Noi non possiamo andare alla ricerca della molecola unica che curi la Covid, come non è mai esistita la molecola unica che cura il cancro. Ci hanno ingannato con le parole, cioè non esiste. Uno dice la Covid non ha terapia, ma ha un insieme di cure come tutte le malattie, dal raffreddore al cancro. Abbiamo visto parecchi esempi in questo senso. Perché? Perché la malattia è un sistema complesso in cui molti fattori interagiscono e molti fattori hanno all'interno dei circuiti di feedback. Quindi gli studi che valutano una molecola sola non possono funzionare. È importantissimo sto concetto. Il ruolo delle vitamine, il ruolo del rapporto col paziente, cioè sono tutti elementi di difficile valutazione perché difficilmente saranno fatti da solo, forse qualcosa per la vitamina D, ma per altre cose molto molto poco. Quindi io propongo quella che si può chiamare proprio medicina ippocratica 2.0. Perché la chiamo medicina ippocratica 2.0? Perché prende tutte le scoperte della biologia, della clinica, dei lavori scientifici, cioè non siamo più ai tempi di Ippocrate, ma la mentalità della complessità, l'osservazione del paziente, il rapporto con il paziente devono essere riscoperti. Noi non possiamo più fare la medicina asettica dei lavori scientifici, non possiamo fare più una medicina computerizzata. C'è una medicina computazionale, la medicina delle linee guida rigide. Noi dobbiamo uscire dalla medicina delle linee guida rigide e questa è una grande occasione. Questo dramma che stiamo vivendo tutti è una grande occasione per riscoprire la vera medicina ippocratica. A questo punto due parole di quello che facciamo noi. Valutiamo gli studi clinici come tutti, valutiamo anche piccoli studi clinici, valutiamo anche studi clinici che presentano una tendenza interessante, anche se non sono conclusivi. Ma cosa valutiamo? Il rischio in sé che è la molecola. Certo che se ho un chemioterapico importante devo essere ben sicuro che funzioni prima di somministrarlo, ma se è una vitamina, anche se c'è qualche studio che mi orienta in questo senso, perché non utilizzarla? Perché non c'è evidenza scientifica. Questo è sbagliato, è assolutamente sbagliato. Si può utilizzare consapevoli dei limiti delle ricerche che abbiamo in mano. I lavori scientifici bisogna saperli leggere, non è semplice leggere, ad esempio le cose bisognerebbe valutare sempre, valutare gli interessi. Chi sono quelli che hanno ordinato questo lavoro? Perché i lavori si possono fare per dimostrare che una cosa funziona, ma si possono anche fare per dimostrare che la cosa non funziona. Non bisogna leggere l'abstract, non bisogna leggere le conclusioni, bisogna leggere tutto, bisogna leggere i nomi di chi ha voluto quel lavoro. Magari non di prima mano, ma dopo si possono fare delle scoperte veramente interessanti. Dopo c'è un'altra cosa che facciamo noi, la trasposizione sul territorio di quelle che si vede in ambiente ospedaliero. È chiaro, questa è una discussione che io feci con i colleghi tempo fa, che se il cortisonico mi funziona, dopo il quinto o sesto giorno non mi ha mai dato nelle prime fasi, oramai non ci sono, cioè io non ho dubbi, dei colleghi ce li hanno, ma insomma, ognuno la pensa a modo suo. Noi di Ippocrate non la diamo mai inizialmente, ma se il cortisonico funziona, questo è il famoso studio di recovery, quando c'è la desaturazione, se uno ti desatura a casa e non vuoi ricoverarlo, non lo devi dare, devi aspettare di ricoverarlo. Non ha senso una cosa di questo genere qua. Se una persona, dopo parlerà la collega, si trova con un certo rischio tromboembolico, visto che abbiamo visto l'importanza di fenomeni tromboembolici, Cosa aspetteremo quando per fare l'eparina? E dopo, un'altra cosa, e qua chiudo, l'importanza dello studio di nuovo della biochimica e della fisiopatologia. Rimpossessiamoci della biochimica e della fisiopatologia. Noi siamo tutti consapevoli che biochimica e fisiopatologia non vuol dire clinica, ma se questa terapia è accettabile, facciamola, perché abbiamo urgenza, perché dobbiamo entrare nella scienza, nella medicina post-normale, perché dobbiamo entrare in una visione della complessità. Quindi Ippocrate Orga, Mauro, con tutti i nostri amici, mi hanno fatto e ci ha fatto riscoprire veramente la medicina. E spero che ne faremo tante altre cose. Spero che supereremo la Covid e spero che potremo proporre con i nostri amici di tutto il mondo un rapporto nuovo nei confronti della medicina.
Roberto, le diapositive. Tanto approfitto subito per ringraziare dell'ospitalità la senatrice e naturalmente tutti i colleghi provenienti dai 4 angoli della terra per affrontare insieme, confrontare le esperienze e le terapie per sconfiggere questo nemico comune. Le diapositive, ove possibile, grazie. Avanti. Allora, sappiamo benissimo, noi sì, ma il mondo esterno no, e forse va spiegato, che il Covid uccide per 2 ordini di ragioni fondamentalmente. La prima è un'iperinfiammazione con la cascata citochinica che determina un danno dei polmoni, e non solo dei polmoni ma di tutti i tessuti, generando una fibrosi. La seconda sfida, che è la causa di morte più frequente, cosa che è stata rilevata dai lungimiranti colleghi dell'Università di Trieste, l'anatomia patologica, già durante la prima ondata, è che la trombosi è responsabile della morte. Hanno fatto l'anatomia patologica dei pazienti deceduti per Covid e hanno trovato i polmoni letteralmente infarciti di trombi come non avevamo mai visto. Avanti. Okay. Quindi detto ciò, naturalmente la strategia è talmente semplice quanto efficace. Bisogna combattere l'infiammazione e la trombosi. Abbiamo i farmaci, non solo li abbiamo, sono dei farmaci sicuri, sono dei farmaci che conosciamo da oltre 40 anni, l'aspirina la conosciamo addirittura da 100 anni. Sono l'ivermectina, l'aspirina, la colchicina e last but not least, importantissimo, i corticosteroidi. I corticosteroidi hanno dimostrato un'efficacia del 41% nei pazienti ospedalizzati e ancora maggiore se dati in fase precoce, nei primi giorni, perché è il più potente antinfiammatorio che abbiamo. Riusciamo nella stragrande maggior parte dei casi ad arrestare il processo e evitare che il paziente sviluppi la polmonite e vada in ospedale. Assolutamente invece non diamo la tachipirina, che sappiamo tutti essere sconsigliata, che dovrebbe essere sconsigliata perché sequestra il glucagone, quindi aumenta l'infiammazione, aiuta il virus. È follia pura suggerirla. In tal senso, dello stesso avviso sono i nostri colleghi Caravaglio e Hirsch col protocollo IDEA, quindi ivermectina, desossimetazone, eparina come antiaggregante e aspirina. Andiamo avanti. L'eparina è fondamentale darla precocemente. Molti colleghi aspettano il 5º e il 6º giorno, in realtà già nei primi giorni iniziano a formarsi dei microemboli, come ci hanno dimostrato gli studi di anatomia patologica, come ci ha dimostrato anche la realtà clinica su cui noi operiamo. E va data a basse dosi, è un farmaco assolutamente sicuro che evita al paziente la formazione di trombosi che danneggiano non solo il tessuto polmonare ma anche il parenchima renale e il parenchima cardiaco. Vi riporto qua uno studio di un italiano, Mattioli, recentissimo del 2021, che è assolutamente conclusivo in tal senso, ove ce ne fosse bisogno, ma cambiare paradigma e cambiare il nostro approccio terapeutico è fondamentale, perché il virus è cambiato, è più aggressivo e dà trombosi molto più precocemente, quindi non dobbiamo aspettare a somministrare l'eparina. Andiamo avanti? Avanti ancora, questa è una prova istologica di quanto detto. Ora vorrei parlarvi di un farmaco che è stato un po' scotomizzato, ma che in realtà è importantissimo per la cura del Covid, l'ivermectina. L'ivermectina, lasciate che ve lo presenti, signori senatori, è un farmaco che ha ricevuto il Nobel, è un farmaco antiparassitario, come sappiamo tutti, ha ricevuto il Nobel dall'Organizzazione Mondiale Sanità per l'efficacia ed è un farmaco sicuro. Perché lo sappiamo? Perché è stato somministrato per oltre 40 anni non a milioni ma a bilioni di persone, no? Ed è stato utilizzato nel 2012 anche come antivirale, in particolare contro il virus del dengue, contro il virus della febbre nel Nilo, dimostrandosi efficace. Avrete tutti sui vostri cellulari, sarà arrivato questo Twitter assolutamente privo di fondamento scientifico da parte dell'FDA, che scoraggiava l'uso dell'ivermectina sostenendo che è un farmaco per cavallo. L'ivermectina è un farmaco per uomini, utilizzato anche in sede veterinaria, e ça va sans dire, se lo somministriamo a un dosaggio da cavalli, come qualsiasi molecola può essere tossica. A fronte di questa inesattezza scientifica, per usare un eufemismo, abbiamo qualcosa come 63 lavori scientifici randomizzati, di cui 31 sono dei trial assolutamente ineccepibili, che vengono aggiornati ogni giorno sul sito ivenmetta.it. Questi dati che vi presento sono aggiornati al 6 settembre, quindi credo recentissimamente. Scusate, la diapositiva qui indica le aree della Terra dove è usata l'ivermectina, copre quasi il 35% del globo terrestre e si è dimostrata è assolutamente efficace. Tra i lavori ho estrapolato due, perché sono due amici e sono esperti di ivermectina, Tess Lowry e il professor Cori, che hanno oggettivato un'efficacia dell'ivermectina dell'83% e del 69%, che era sempre il 70%, insomma. Naturalmente queste percentuali aumentano, come vedete, se viene data in sede profilattica, quindi i primissimi giorni. Andiamo avanti. Voi vi chiederete, signori senatori, ma perché un antiparassitario dovrebbe funzionare come antivirale? Esiste un motivo ed è bene capirlo. Il motivo è che l'ivermectina lega la proteina spike, impedisce al virus di entrare nella cellula, il virus rimane esposto al nostro sistema immunitario che, se ben funzionante, lo distrugge. Il secondo motivo è che si lega delle proteine impedendo la replicazione virale, quindi il virus non si replica o diminuisce grandemente la sua replicazione. Che questa sia la realtà ce lo dimostrano non soltanto i 63 lavori scientifici di cui abbiamo accennato prima, ma dove in Europa l'ivermectina è stata adottata come gold standard, e mi riferisco alla Repubblica Ceca. Questa diapositiva è estratta dal Ministero della Sanità della Repubblica Ceca. Già nel marzo del 2021 è stata approvata, ad aprile, come vedete abbiamo avuto una curva discendente della mortalità che si è quasi azzerata, ha azzerato in 2 mesi la mortalità. So, what are we waiting for? Che cosa stiamo aspettando a farla, a ufficializzarla? Detto ciò, scusate. Noi abbiamo condiviso e collaborato il gruppo Ippocrate.org con il Frontline per la Critical Care del Covid del professor Cori, con Tess, Lori e Bird. Abbiamo messo insieme esperienze, protocolli e dati e possiamo con triplice forza affermare che l'ivermectina è assolutamente utile, sì, all'ivermectina nel terminare la pandemia. Vi è stato detto già dai precedenti relatori, ma non ci stancheremo mai di ripetere, quello che fa la differenza nel rendere realmente efficaci le terapie domiciliari è la precocità di intervento. Se noi interveniamo qua, il treatment precocemente, il 100% dei pazienti guarisce, il 100%. Se aspettiamo 6 giorni, una settimana, signori, l'attesa per quanto vigile è sempre letale. Ed è per questa ragione che Ippocrate.org, intervenendo precocemente, ha curato ben oltre 60.000 pazienti. Alcuni sono andati in ospedale, ma come vi diceva stamattina il nostro leader Mauro Rango, perché sono arrivati tardivamente alla nostra osservazione. Il trattamento precoce è la chiave, sempre. Io ringrazio tutti i miei colleghi, la cui straordinaria generosità ha contribuito a curare tutti questi pazienti. Non posso che non ringraziare Mauro Rango, grazie al cui sogno è stata costruita una realtà che non è soltanto una realtà clinica e scientifica, ma è una realtà umana, un fenomeno sociale unico, mai visto. Grazie Mauro. E grazie a Montagnier, Robert Malone e a tutti coloro che ci hanno supportato in questa iniziativa.
Steven Otfield. McCulloch. Allora, dottor Peter McCulloch, che è collegato dagli Stati Uniti d'America.
Can everyone hear me? Can I just see it? Can I ask for my slides up? Can I ask for my slides up? If not, just allow the screen sharing. Yes, please. If you don't have slides. Yes. Please share your screen.
No, ma lui vorrebbe le slide da te, Robert. Non ce le hai. E allora bisognerebbe dirglielo.
Autorizzate la condivisione del
Okay, I got it. Okay, what I want to do in this brief period of time, my name is Dr. Peter McCullough. I'm an internist and cardiologist in Dallas, Texas, and I've been very involved in the pandemic response. I've been honored to be involved in publications, over 45 publications in COVID-19, as well as been honored to have U.S. Senate and State Senate testimonies. In the next few minutes, what I'll do is go over this protocol called sequenced multi-drug therapy for COVID-19. And I'll just spend the time on this one slide since there's so much information in here. What is suggested based on the precautionary principle, meaning that this is a mass casualty situation and we can't wait for large randomized trials and we can't wait for society guidelines. We must act now to save lives, to reduce hospitalization and death. What we know is that this disease is amenable to risk stratification and not all individuals require treatment. Approximately 25% of adults would require treatment according to this protocol. And what we suggest is that when COVID-19 illness is confirmed at the top of the white box here, that this is the one time where quarantine is needed at home. The only time a lockdown or quarantine is needed in someone who's sick, well, people don't need to stay at home because they don't have the virus. Only those who are sick need to stay at home. We recommend povidone iodine or betadine, very dilute solution with nasal washes twice a day. For prophylaxis, it can be actually up to 4 times a day for active treatment because the Delta virus has such a large viral load, about 251 to 1,000 times more than other variants. We need to actually start decontaminating the nose and the mouth. If there's iodine sensitivity, we can use dilute hydrogen peroxide, dilute sodium hypochlorite, or even forms of mouthwashes. We should do contract tracing, contagion control, and ventilate the house, get fresh air, get people outside. When individuals are ill inside with no air ventilation, there's just re-inoculation of the virus in theory. If age under 50 and healthy, we recommend a nutraceutical bundle with zinc sulfate, vitamin D3, vitamin C, quercetin, and then just watchful waiting in complete self-quarantine. Our U.S. CDC says 10 days from the start of illness and 48 hours without any fever can return to work. So this can be a very short quarantine. If a young person, if symptoms worsen, then they should move over to the treatment category. Age over 50 or with multiple medical problems should also be in this middle treatment category. And in the United States, what we do, first line is we use the emergency use authorization monoclonal antibodies, and our current preparation is 2 monoclonal antibodies in a single infusion by Regeneron, and that's caricivimab and indimavab infusion. It takes about an hour. We like to do this as soon as possible in the illness, and then this takes 1 hour of observation and patients go home. I had 2 elderly patients yesterday get this infusion. It's available. Doctors and hospitals should offer it. If it's available in other countries, these types of infusions or others, each day that goes by, we lose an opportunity to reduce mortality. So this should be done, in my view, very early on. If the monoclonal antibody infusion is done, we can actually skip the anti-infective box here. But if we can't get the antibody infusion, we need at least 2 drugs to try to contain viral replication. So we can use hydroxychloroquine as frequently done in Italy. And there are over 250 supportive studies. The overall interpretation of the literature is that earlier starting hydroxychloroquine, the better. There's only 5 randomized trials that don't show benefit to hydroxychloroquine. Only 2 of those are placebo-controlled trials. These are very small, underpowered trials, inconclusive, and they're done very late in the hospital. The vast majority of the 250 studies with hydroxychloroquine are positive, including the outpatient clinical trials, when assembled into a meta-analysis. Ivermectin can be used in a wide range of doses, weight-based dosing, 200, 400, 600 micrograms per kilogram, given for a series of doses as little as 1 to 5 doses or more. And ivermectin is supported by over 60 supportive studies and over 30 randomized trials. Uniquely with ivermectin, the general read on the data is that trials are both positive for inpatient and outpatient utilization. In Russia, Japan, other countries in Eastern Asia, favipiravir, an oral polymerase inhibitor, can be used in a loading dose and then in a maintenance dose over time. We combine these drugs with azithromycin or doxycycline because whether it's a macrolide or tetracycline antibiotic, they work intracellularly and have some additive effect. In addition, we know that there's about a 2 to 3% overlap with chlamydia pneumonia and mycoplasma pneumonia, and in this circumstance, we need coverage for these organisms. Additionally, there is a low but real rate of bacterial superinfection in the sinuses and the bronchi, and this cuts down on secondary sinusitis and bronchitis. So we believe the antibiotics play a role. We recommend inhaled budesonide now, and that can be a Pulmicort inhaler in the United States or by nebulization, starting on day 1. When respiratory symptoms develop, or on day 5, using prednisone or dexamethasone or hydrocortisone is very well supported in a meta-analysis of over a dozen studies. And it doesn't matter which steroid is used. Dexamethasone is probably not an ideal choice. And then colchicine, supported by the COL-CORONA trial, is given twice a day for 3 days and then for 30 days following that trial. The COL-CORONA trial was supported with over 4,000 patients, double-blind, placebo-controlled randomized trials. Those who had confirmed positive PCR for COVID-19 enjoyed a reduction in hospitalization and death. Budesonide is supported by 2 randomized trials in COVID-19 for outpatient use, has a dramatic reduction in hospitalization and death. We recommend now that aspirin, 325 milligrams a day, is given for all individuals to have some attenuation in the risk for thrombosis. And this is supported by data from UCLA by Gupta and colleagues that shows that there's a marked upregulation of thromboxane E2 and thromboxane B2, and the best way to inhibit that is with the use of aspirin, full dose. And then low molecular weight heparin, we can use enoxaparin outside the United States, a variety of other dalteparin and frexaparin can be used, or we can use novel oral anticoagulants, apixaban, rivaroxaban, dabigatran, edoxaban, all used in standard doses. Now the reason being is because there's an early phase of viral replication, there's a middle phase of cytokine storm or inflammation, and then the fatal sequence is microthrombosis. When the oxygen saturations are going low in the human body, all the autopsy data suggests that the problem is microthrombosis. The problem is not viral replication or even cytokine storm at that instance. So we need to use aspirin and anticoagulants. The single greatest mistake I see is when oxygen saturations are low, people are reaching for antivirals like remdesivir. That doesn't make any sense at all. Remdesivir doesn't have any influence on microthrombosis, but aspirin and full dose anticoagulation do. And these are supported by inpatient studies. The outpatient randomized trials of anticoagulants are still underway. So what I'm telling you is I think the approach and other protocols that exist are terrific, and they tend to be derivatives of these concepts. There are additional drugs that can be used. Certainly fluvoxamine can be added in, oral anti-androgens can be added in, oral famotidine. It simply boils down to a burden of pills that can be taken. But as long as there's something that addresses viral replication, something that addresses cytokine storm, and something that addresses microthrombosis in a sequenced multi-drug combination or even in a consolidated combination, as I'm showing here, this is what really makes the difference in COVID-19. I'm talking about starting on day 1 in highest risk patients. Unfortunately, those who are hospitalized, virtually every one of them has received no outpatient care whatsoever. And the only way to prevent a hospitalization is to do something before the hospitalization. And this is whether or not someone has received a vaccine. We know that patients who have received the vaccine are also being hospitalized, and unfortunately some are dying. And so we should not discriminate based on who's received a vaccine or not. In my view, these treatments should be given to patients with COVID-19, young people who have severe symptoms, or those who are over age 50, even without severe symptoms, because we know the infection is going to get worse over time. That's the reason why it's called sudden acute respiratory distress syndrome, because it will suddenly deteriorate. In those over age 50, we should use the precautionary principle and start empiric treatment, even if the symptoms are very mild. Notice that I indicate on the right-hand part of the slide that the need for room air, pulse oximetry at home, which is reasonable in higher risk individuals, and then to constantly reevaluate by telemedicine or even making in-person visits. For the healthcare providers who have already had documented COVID-19, they can't get it a second time. So there's no problem in seeing patients face-to-face. There's no problem in examining patients. One can do that without a mask or any other type of personal protective equipment because one can't get COVID-19 multiple times. And so you don't have to be fearful. Once you've had COVID-19, you have robust, complete, and durable immunity. One should not do that if one is relying on the vaccine alone, because we know the vaccines fail against the Delta variant. In the United States, we have 99.1% Delta variant. So I don't encourage anyone who's been vaccinated and they're relying on vaccine alone to protect them, because it looks like it won't. But natural immunity will. That's been well supported by data from the Cleveland Clinic, by Shretha and colleagues. Healthcare workers can go into the workplace and be free of any risk of infection, provided they've had previous COVID-19. Even without a vaccine, the vaccine can't improve upon the natural immunity. So I'll stop here, and we'll keep the program on time. It looks like a terrific conference. I'm in the hospital in the clinic right now, so I'm going to start to see patients. Let me know if you want me to answer any questions now, or we'll let the program move on and then into a panel. Thank you.
È arrivato, è qui presente il capogruppo della Lega al Senato, Massimiliano Romeo, che ha permesso questo convegno con la sua collaborazione e con il fatto di averci avviati nell'avere questa sala. Per cui voleva salutarvi un attimino, visto che... Prego, vieni pure qua. Sì.
Can I have the first slide? Well, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Stephen Hatfield. I'm a medical doctor and a virologist. Postgraduate affiliations include Oxford University, the National Institute of Health, the United States Army Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, where I worked on the Ebola virus. 10 days after the first recognized COVID-19 case in the United States, I was called to the White House to serve in the executive office of the President of the United States. There, I watched in disbelief as a small number of senior federal employees defied orders and their oaths to join forces with a biased mainstream media and clueless state governors to ignore and destroy the 2005 National Pandemic Plan, which was updated in 2017. Can I have the second slide, please? The 2005 plan was based on the early outpatient drug treatment, which would be useful for any fast-moving mutating RNA respiratory viral disease. This would include influenza, SARS-1, and applicably SARS-2. The key to this were the poor resource, financially strapped, impoverished communities in our 120 largest cities in the United States. These are traditionally the population groups that receive the highest casualties for a variety of reasons, which we don't have time to get into here. But the idea was to go in and to set up neighborhood emergency health centers, working with the community leaders in these areas as sort of a one-stop shopping for, if you had symptomatology, this is where you went first for triage. The idea was to leave our main hospitals open, and the area hospitals themselves would establish pre-planned alternate care sites. So we wouldn't have to shut down a hospital and have it overloaded. This plan had been exercised in the top-off exercises, and on 21st of January, the first recognized U.S. COVID case occurred. The local authorities in the New York City metropolitan area, the mega region, were completely unprepared, as were areas in California, and a way was urgently needed to reduce hospitalizations and death rates. By mid-February of 2020, South Korea was using social distancing, case contact tracing, and a drug called chloroquine, and eventually a safer, more effective drug called hydroxychloroquine to control its COVID-19 outbreak. French studies soon confirmed the Korean data indicating positive effects of early community outpatient treatment with these drugs and their exceptional safety. Hydroxychloroquine treatment for COVID-19 would cost about 60 cents per tablet, with 11 tablets given over a short 5-day course of therapy. This is while the disease was still an upper respiratory tract infection before any established deep lung infections could occur. By March 2020, there were 10 peer-reviewed studies and 7 observational reports of effective physician-supervised early hydroxychloroquine administration with no adverse cardiac effects.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Patients would still become ill for a few days, but the majority would avoid hospitalization with early treatment use. This was a gift from God. Seriously, we had a drug, a safe drug, for outpatient use that could be prescribed by practicing physicians and could be taken into the communities with door-to-door searches for active cases in our poor, disadvantaged neighborhoods. Although the U.S. system for COVID testing was broken, you can still make a provisional diagnosis based on your clinical judgment. Doctors have been doing this for how many centuries? Didn't need testing. The physician-directed outpatient use of hydroxychloroquine would dramatically reduce the hospital overloading nationwide in the United States. Drug safety, again, wasn't a concern. This drug has been used by pregnant women and by lactating mothers. It's extremely safe. Panadol is a more dangerous drug than hydroxychloroquine. Consequently, the White House Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy was able to acquire 62 million doses of this drug before China and then India shut exports of hydroxychloroquine off. This was placed in the Strategic National Stockpile. Consequently, it required an investigational new drug authorization to be taken from the stockpile and used for COVID. We didn't want to interfere with its use in scleroderma,
Non volevamo
rheumatoid
interferire nel
arthritis,
suo uso.
and lupus. On 23rd of March, the director of BARDA, the Biological
Il 31 marzo il direttore del BARDA,
Research and Development Authority,
l'autorità per la ricerca e lo
noticed
sviluppo,
by Health and Human Services
ha
Secretary
ricevuto
Azar
una richiesta dall'Agenzia di controllo dei rischio biologico insieme all'FDA per creare una nuova autorità di ricerca del rischio.
They could do it off-label, but
avrebbero potuto fare tutto in maniera off-label, ma sarebbe stata richiesta
because some nations gave us the hydroxychloroquine. They didn't want it spent on the market and people making money off lupus and scleroderma and things, rheumatic connective tissue disorders. So this would make the drug all legitimate. And Bright was a PhD scientist. He was not a physician, and he lacked zero training in cardiology and human pathology. In the whistleblower complaint that he filed after President Trump removed him from his position, Bright states his concern was the risk of irregular heart rhythm fatalities in patients taking the drug. He was also very annoyed that he wasn't included in the physician decision. He also seemed unaware that in a percentage of cases, the COVID-19 virus was attacking the heart. We know this for a fact now from organoid studies. The next day, on March 24th, 2020, Dr. Janet Woodcock, MD, the FDA's director for Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, reached out to Rick Bright, and she advised him to, instead of an IND, to obtain an emergency use authorization, an EUA. She said because this was a very dangerous drug, and it could only be given in the hospital safely. It's curious because Dr. Woodcock was a physician and was trained in rheumatology, and she would have been quite well aware of the extraordinary safety profile of hydroxychloroquine when given to patients, sometimes in larger doses for much longer periods of time. The issuance of this proposed EUA would predominantly restrict the use of hydroxychloroquine to late-phase hospital patients that had already developed shortness of breath and were 2 to 3 days away from progressing into sepsis and multiple organ dysfunction and failure. Yet all the early clinical data to date at that time showed that hydroxychloroquine was the most effective in outpatients where it prevented hospitalization in the first place. This was an intentional act by these two people. And admitting to insubordination to multiple layers of leadership, including the White House, Health and Human Services Secretary Azar and Dr. Robert Kadlec, the Assistant Secretary for Pandemic Preparedness, Bright and Woodcock obtained an EUA instead of an IND. Instead of expanding access, this EUA authorized hydroxychloroquine for hospital use, not outpatients. The statement attached was that the EUA was a compromised position to rein in Health and Human Services leadership and their initial campaign to make the drugs available to public in a hospital setting. The truth is, if hydroxychloroquine would have had an IND and was being prescribed by private physicians, you could not have a rushed vaccine program. It would have to go through full authorization, which could take 5 to 10 years. Unauthorized to speak to the press, Bright then reached out to biased media outlets to express his inaccurate belief that hydroxychloroquine was a dangerous drug. And by the time President Trump revealed that he'd actually taken it, his valet came down with COVID-19 and he was given a treatment dose. Rick Bright had already primed the mainstream media to overreact to any negative reports of hydroxychloroquine, whether peer-reviewed or not peer-reviewed. On 29th of March, the FDA issued its EUA, stating that hospitalized patients were likely to have a greater prospective benefit compared to ambulatory patients with mild illness. In reality, the published data showed that the exact opposite was true. Giving hydroxychloroquine to a hospitalized patient that needed oxygen to stay alive is not the same as giving the drug to an ambulatory outpatient with early upper airway infection in an attempt to stop disease progression. Both Bright and Woodcock had overreached the available data by promoting hydroxychloroquine for the more severe late patients. Still, doctors in the New York City and Bay region began prescribing it on an outpatient basis, off-label, with early great success. In fact, the exponential increase in cases had actually started to plateau as a result of this. In contrast, doctors using it in the hospital to treat or essentially late-phase COVID patients, the results were as predicted, with suboptimal effect in these late patients. Of course, these were the papers that first appeared in the research journals, most of them severely flawed and rushed into print. Can I have the next slide? This is sort of the cascade of events that occurred. In April 2020, a Veterans Administration study was published, very heavily biased. The most severe patients were put into the hydroxychloroquine treatment group. These were individuals already dying from HIV/AIDS, cancer, heart failure, and severe respiratory disease. And of course, they didn't do well. The publication came out that hydroxychloroquine killed. This was followed by a Brazilian study in which toxic doses of chloroquine were given to COVID patients. This resulted in an indictment of the doctors involved in Brazil, and the trial is still awaiting. The FDA and Reflex issued an outpatient warning, black box label stating it should not be used in non-hospitalized patients. Doctors got scared to use it. Some still used it. In May 22nd, this was the end where the publication of the fraudulent Lancet study using fabricated data, followed by the flawed UK recovery trial, which had halted their hydroxychloroquine arm of the study. No data was released, it was just a press release. When later investigators went back and looked at the hydroxychloroquine arm, they found a 20% benefit in ventilated patients, virtually the same as steroid, which Dr. Fauci announced at the White House that the use of dexamethasone was a new standard of treatment. This was intentionally suppressed. The FDA revoked its EUA on the 15th of June 2020. It never made a mention that the virus itself was affecting the heart in 15% of cases, and that irregular or fatal arrhythmias were occurring in COVID patients that had never once taken HCQ. COVID positive outpatients in the United States were now told to quarantine at home without medication until they became short of breath and required hospitalization. Once in the hospital, they'd be given hydroxychloroquine, which would not work now because their infections were too far advanced. It wouldn't work to its maximum effect. Yet, as shown in India, Europe, Brazil, initially, the use of hydroxychloroquine was critical to bringing COVID pandemic under some degree of control. Dr. Fauci was more interested in developing remdesivir as an inpatient treatment. Inpatient treatments do nothing to stop community spread. The key was outpatient early treatment. By July of 2020, there were 7 controlled, well-conducted clinical studies conducted in Brazil, 1,353 patients, France, 425 nursing home and clinic patients, New Jersey, 1,247 outpatients, Andorra, 100 long-term care patients, and 7,892 patients across Saudi Arabia. All these studies use the premise of early treatment of high-risk morbidity COVID outpatients. All showed a 50% greater reduction in hospitalization and death. Not a single fatal cardiac arrhythmia was attributed to over 11,000 outpatient outcomes. In addition, a summary analysis of 5 controlled clinical trials involving 5,577 patients in the United States and Spain also found that outpatient use of hydroxychloroquine significantly reduced the composite of hospitalization and death. Cardiac events were not a factor. A year and a half later, the pandemic is still out of control with record daily deaths, proving that the original pandemic plan for outpatient treatment using outpatient drug therapy was correct and not widespread vaccination. You cannot vaccinate against a rapidly mutating RNA virus unless you can instantly overnight vaccinate everybody. The virus will always be one step genetically ahead of the vaccine. You select for it. You drive for it with vaccination. And it's a question of time whether this thing either reaches Mueller's ratchet and becomes an innocuous virus because it's got so many junk mutations, or it finds another way and becomes more vicious. It's a roll of the dice. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide after that. The totality of hydroxychloroquine studies as of August 18th, 2021, 340 studies, 248 peer-reviewed, 277 comparing treatment and control groups. Hydroxychloroquine is not very effective when used late in the disease course with high dosages over long periods of time, i.e. the United Kingdom recovery course and the WHO Solidarity trial. Maximum hydroxychloroquine effectiveness approves with early usage and improved dosing, 200 milligram. You can go 3 times a day for the first 24 hours, 200 milligrams BD after that for 4 days. Early treatment consistently shows major effects of reducing hospitalization and death. All negative hydroxychloroquine studies have focused on late phase studies or with very small sample size. Serious adverse cardiac effects aren't and never were a major problem with the outpatient use of this drug. It was ignorant folly to propose that the U.S. could vaccinate itself out of an established pandemic involving a highly mutational RNA virus. The totality of published research and operational experience with hydroxychloroquine to date shows that it can significantly prevent hospitalization. The evidence and legal testimony of Rick Bright indicates that his decisions and insubordinate actions, together with those of the FDA, incorrectly limited the use of hydroxychloroquine to late-phase hospital patients where it would not have maximum effect. This created a single-point failure for the entire United States pandemic plan. This was compounded by the negligence of some members of the COVID-19 task force, such as Dr. Anthony Fauci, to keep up with the science that was occurring. The preventable death of over 500,000 Americans is the end result, and the destruction of the U.S. economy. At the moment, Dr. Janet Woodcock is now the temporary FDA director, commissioner, under the Biden administration. She recused herself from any future decisions about the vaccines because of conflicts of interest. She also serves on the editorial board of the once prestigious New England Journal of Medicine, which refused to publish the groundbreaking 2020 June study from the Ford Group and Dr. O'Neill, showing that early hospital use of hydroxychloroquine was associated with a 51% reduction in mortality. As soon as they came into the casualty, they started. They didn't wait for testing. It was done on clinical suspicion. On September 8th, while still the FDA commissioner, Dr. Stephen Hahn openly admitted during a radio interview that some studies do indeed suggest a benefit for using hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19. Dr. Hahn was following a very large internet chat group of national experts. I saw his name in front of mine. And he must have known the true story about hydroxychloroquine for months, but did nothing. 6 months after his disastrous tenure at the FDA, Dr. Hahn was appointed as Chief Medical Officer for Flagship Pioneering, the venture capital firm behind the Moderna vaccines for COVID-19. The U.S. failed in its COVID response because of its attempt to vaccinate the U.S. population rather than early use treatment. It doesn't work. The key is early outpatient use and active search for outpatient cases. Proper pandemic defense begins with early outpatient antiviral treatment. This was probably our last warning from Mother Nature. We failed, globally. There's at least 1 million other viruses out there that we don't know about, nor do we know there's zoonotic potential to jump into man. It will happen again, and it will happen soon. The graphs of emerging infectious disease show this. In fact, we're due for one. We have no idea what form it will take or its pathogenicity. And until we start getting plans together here, I mean, some of these things have 30%, 40% mortality. If simian hemorrhagic fever ever jumps into the human race, God help us. We've got to get our act together now. And having a paper plan is not enough. It has to be rehearsed. The people whose job it is have to do their job in scenarios. And it has to be a well-oiled machine and a global commitment to the threat of emerging infectious disease. Right now, the FDA has admitted it can't monitor adverse vaccine events. It's stated in a letter to Pfizer, and it's challenged Pfizer to now do that task. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. We've got to get our act together. We're running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Steven Otfield. Thank you very much. Adesso facciamo parlare, scusate, l'ho preannunciato prima, il mio capogruppo qui al Senato, il presidente Massimiliano Romeo, giusto per un saluto a tutti voi. Grazie.
Buon pomeriggio, grazie a tutti. Porto i saluti del gruppo della Lega, ovviamente agli organizzatori, la senatrice Ferrero e tutti voi medici per questo summit che è stato organizzato e per parlare proprio dell'importanza delle cure precoci e domiciliari. Porto un saluto a tutti quei medici che hanno avuto il coraggio. Io cito un libro scritto da una mia cara amica che li ha seguiti, che si chiama La rete del coraggio, l'autrice è Valentina Rigano, come dicevo un'amica, che ha seguito questi medici che sono andati, non hanno mai avuto paura del Covid, sono andati nelle case a visitare i pazienti e a seconda di come li hanno trovati hanno prescritto loro delle cure e in molti casi queste cure hanno evitato l'ospedalizzazione. Quindi giustamente la loro esperienza, la loro capacità e la loro conoscenza diretta, visitando direttamente, come dicevo, i pazienti, è un'esperienza che deve essere messa al servizio di tutti quanti e di tutta la collettività. Specificando, perché questo è quello che poi alla fine conta ed è importante, per evitare che poi qualcuno non abbia ben chiaro cosa significhi, che le cure precoci e domiciliari non sono delle alternative ai vaccini, ma le cure precoci e domiciliari possono essere complementari ai vaccini. Quello che noi diciamo è che se per combattere questa pandemia abbiamo diverse armi, usiamole tutte. Tutto può aiutare a salvare vite e a superare questo momento di grande difficoltà. Quindi ci teniamo e ci tengo personalmente a precisarlo. Chiudo, perché preferisco essere breve, in riferimento a qualcuno che considera queste cure precoci domiciliari, le chiama fantomatiche, come se non esistessero. E vorrei ricordare, leggo, che su molte riviste Già a giugno del 2021 c'è stato un riconoscimento ufficiale. Lo studio clinico, e leggo, per il trattamento domiciliare dei pazienti Covid-19, ideato dal professor Freddy Suter, per anni primario dell'unità di malattie infettive della loro ospedali riuniti, e oggi primario emerito dell'ospedale Papa Giovanni XXIII a Bergamo, e dal professor Giuseppe Remuzzi, direttore dell'Istituto di Ricerche Farmacologiche Mario Negri IRCS, è stato pubblicato sulla rivista Clinical Medicine, il magazine che fa capo alla rivista inglese The Lancet. Le evidenze dello studio, a proposito di cure fantomatiche, mostrano l'importanza di un intervento tempestivo alla comparsa dei primi lievi sintomi della malattia, senza attendere l'esito del tampone. Secondo lo studio, i farmaci antinfiammatori non steroidei sono probabilmente quelli più indicati nella prima fase della malattia. Questo articolo, un articolo tra l'altro apparso su The Lancet di ricercatori inglesi e australiani, conferma i risultati di questo studio con un approccio precoce basato su un preparato antiasma da somministrare per inalazione nelle primissime fasi della malattia. Il trattamento accurato dei pazienti Covid-19 a domicilio da parte dei medici di famiglia, secondo queste raccomandazioni, ha avuto un effetto importante sulla necessità di ricovero in ospedale. Ciò si è tradotto in una diminuzione da 13 a 2 pazienti con esigenza di ospedalizzazione e una riduzione di oltre il 90% del numero complessivo di giorni di ricovero e dei relativi costi di trattamento. La domanda che noi ci poniamo è: a fronte di questi studi, quindi non bisogna studiare né approfondire particolarmente, basterebbe ogni tanto leggere ed informarsi. A fronte di questi studi, quello che noi ci siamo sempre domandati è come mai il Ministero della Sanità ha continuato a portare avanti protocolli che prevedevano tachipirina e vigile attesa. Tante volte siamo intervenuti in Senato chiedendo di aggiornare questi protocolli. La risposta è sempre stata una risposta negativa. Siamo ancora qui con tachipirina e vigile attesa. Certo, ci sono i vaccini, la situazione è migliorata, ci sono tante cose che oggi fanno ben sperare ed è il nostro augurio, però in tanti casi non capiamo perché, essendoci anche degli studi che sono stati pubblicati su riviste scientifiche di grande importanza, senza parlato di Remuzzi, ma senza mancare di rispetto ad alcuni dottori. Io conosco questo comitato in Italia, il dottor Cavanna, il dottor Mangiagalli, il dottor Stramezzi, che tra l'altro è anche ospite qui nella giornata di oggi, che comunque portano degli esempi concreti e importanti. Noi siamo qui solo a ribadire l'importanza di usare tutti gli strumenti di cui abbiamo necessità. Il buon senso va in questa direzione. Le strumentalizzazioni, sinceramente, non penso che siano utili al bene e alla salute dei nostri cittadini. Io vi ringrazio e vi auguro una buona continuazione.
Adesso ci colleghiamo, in collegamento siamo con Pier Corri. Sì? Ok, allora ci colleghiamo con Pier Corri. Grazie.
Hello? Shall I begin? Do you want me to share my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm not allowed to share it. The host disabled my screen sharing.
Okay. Hi, Cory.
Okay, so thank you. So buongiorno. I'm Dr. Pierre Corey, the President and Chief Medical Officer of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. Could you go next slide? And I've been asked to talk about the treatment of the hospitalized patient. And so I'm going to briefly go over some of the main therapies that we use. This is our Math Plus treatment protocol. It is a combination therapy. This is a very complex disease, especially in the hospital phase, and we use a number of different therapeutic strategies trying to attack a number of the pathophysiologic mechanisms. So the protocol it's called Math Plus for a reason, because the core therapies are right here: methylprednisolone, ascorbic acid, thiamine, and heparin, so for anticoagulation. Next slide. We also have first-line therapies that we have added. As more evidence comes out and we learn more about the disease, we've added highly effective therapies. So we have antiviral and anti-inflammatory therapies, and ivermectin and nitazoxanide. The most important new development in the treatment of the hospitalized patient, in my opinion, which is a true game changer, is the anti-androgen therapy. It is highly, highly effective, and we are now using it with great success. We also use active vitamin D and melatonin. Next slide. We even have second-line adjunctive therapies, which are also evidence-based, which we have found helpful, and we use in the more severe cases. So that's just a brief overview. So those are 3 slides showing our core therapies, our first line and second line. So if you're overwhelmed by the number of medicines, I will tell you we usually don't use this many medicines in a single disease. But like I said, this is, as my colleague Professor Paul Marek says, this is the most complex disease that we have encountered in our careers. Next slide. Now, although I talk about, and by the way, I missed the slide about myself and my background. So for everyone to know, I am a lung doctor as well as an ICU doctor. And I'm talking about the hospitalized patient, but I want to be really clear. The treatments that we propose need to be started on admission to the hospital. You know, when you look at the phases of this disease, it is one of tragic undertreatment at every phase. There is underutilization of preventive therapies. For instance, ivermectin, in order to prevent disease, is widely underutilized across the world. So we're seeing more disease than we should. So prevention is undertreated. Early outpatient treatment is undertreated. There's almost no protocols for early outpatient treatment at the national or international level. In the hospital, it is wickedly undertreated. I am constantly getting patients who arrive in my intensive care unit, and please everyone understand that as you progress from well to ill to hospital and then to ICU, the intensive care unit is the end of the line. It is very difficult for me to turn around an ICU patient. Every day delay with starting therapy makes for a worse prognosis. And so again, although I'm an ICU patient, I want a doctor, I want everyone to understand all of these therapies should be started on admission to the hospital to prevent ventilation and prevent ICU. So as you can see, there's a number of strategies that we do. I'll first talk about the anti-inflammatory strategy. So when you go to the hospitalized patient is essentially defined as having lung disease in most instances. Sometimes it's clots, which bring them to the hospital. Most of the time, it's lung inflammation, and they need oxygen. That's who's getting admitted. Next slide. So just so you know, we've had steroids in our protocol since last April. We knew it was life-saving. And our first protocol, when it came out, the entire world was against it. Every single national, international health agency said to avoid it. I testified in the United States Senate last May, and I was widely criticized around the country and the world for saying that steroids were critical and life-saving. It was not until 6 weeks later that it was proven and developed a standard of care worldwide. Next slide. Next slide. That's a paper that I wrote a long time ago showing the critical need for steroids in this disease, because it's really one of an organizing pneumonia. Everyone should understand this is a disease of macrophage activation, severe inflammation, which attack the lungs. And so anti-inflammatory therapy is critical. Now, this is another very important point. This slide shows the reductions in death with steroids using different agents. Here in blue is what we propose, which is methylprednisolone. This is hydrocortisone. This is dexamethasone. I want to make a really key point. The entire world is using dexamethasone at 6 milligrams a day. It is highly ineffectual. It saves the few and fails the many. People are dying across the world from undertreatment with steroids. And the reason why I say that is this number right here. It's called the number needed to treat to save one life. And it's a measure of the power of a therapy. Lower numbers are much more powerful. If you look at this study, 250 milligrams for 3 days showed a massive reduction in death. Same thing with methylprednisolone at a higher dose. This is the dexamethasone. It is a much, much weaker strategy, and people are dying based on that. Yet everyone around the world is getting this low dose of dexamethasone, and it is a crime that I have to watch this. And I'm seeing people come to my ICU and dying from undertreatment. These are studies which compared methylprednisolone in our protocol versus dexamethasone directly. And the number needed to treat to save one life if you use methylprednisolone is 5. It is far superior. I cannot stress this enough. Next slide. We also use intravenous vitamin C. I want the world to recognize that in severe lung injury and ARDS, a major randomized controlled trial found that mortality was significantly reduced. This is in non-COVID, but there's a major mortality benefit if you use high doses of intravenous vitamin C. We do the same in COVID, and there's a number of studies showing mortality benefits. Not as large as this, but that is why we use it. Next slide. Now, we talked about anti-inflammation, anticoagulant therapy. Next slide. Absolutely critical. The world has now recognized that. But I have to tell you again, this was a paper we wrote after seeing my first 5 COVID patients. We did analyses and we saw they were clotting to a degree we'd never seen before. And we instituted anticoagulation out of protocol last April. And we were also roundly criticized for that until it became the standard of care. Next slide. Now, if you can see, so this is our methylprednisolone, this is our anticoagulation, this is our ascorbic acid, and we have 2 different strategies depending when you start. We do full anticoagulation on admission, and we'll do half dose if you start it later. Next, and that's according to the best evidence that's come out. Many trials have come out supporting our initial strategy. Next slide. Now, antiviral. Now, the key thing here is before Delta, it was largely felt and proven that the virus is no longer replicating by the time you get to the hospital. Most studies cannot find active live virus after about 8 to 10 days from first symptoms. And most people come to the hospital after that. So there may be some viral replication. However, that we believe is changing. With Gamma and Delta, the viral loads are higher, and we think the viral replication phase is longer. So we're still using antivirals. Next slide. The other key thing, so antivirals are ivermectin and nitazoxanide, numerous studies showing massive effects against replication of the virus. The key thing, though, is ivermectin has numerous anti-inflammatory properties. So it's almost it's what we call a gift to us because it has antiviral and anti-inflammatory properties. We use it probably more for anti-inflammatory in the late phase disease in the hospital. And the key thing about it is that in order for it to be most effective, it really has to be given at higher doses in the hospital. Lower doses okay early, higher doses as the disease progresses. Next slide. Now, I happen to be one of the world experts in ivermectin. I was not asked to lecture on it. I'm sure others have covered it, but I will just say briefly. It is essentially the penicillin of COVID. There have been 63 controlled trials, 31 randomized, showing massive potency in preventing the development of disease, incredible improvements and reductions in hospitalization and mortality if you give it early. And you can see that the efficacy wanes the later you give it, but it's still a major improvement in saving lives. It will be a historical and colossal and tragic catastrophe when it's recognized the massive suppression of the use of ivermectin. But the key point here is you have to use it early. And if you give it later, you have to give it higher doses. We are seeing effects now that we're going up in these new variants to higher doses. Next slide. Nitazoxanide, I call it the fraternal twin of ivermectin because it's also an anti-parasite, anti-protozoan drug, but it has numerous antiviral properties, which actually do not overlap with ivermectin. And we have data, it's not published yet, but the combination is better than each one alone. So we try to use both if available. Next slide. Now here's the major, I think this is the major game-changing therapy, and I think this should be standard of care around the world based on the evidence and the magnitude of benefit. Next slide. And a lot of this work was done by our newest member of my organization, Dr. Flavio Cartagiani, so I have to call out to him. He has really done immense amount of studies, and he's developed all the insight into this. Now, why would you want to block androgens? And what are androgens? So androgens are essentially the male sex hormones, like testosterone and its other more powerful metabolites. And the reason why it's important is because those hormones, like testosterone, essentially drive and help the virus get into the cell. It regulates an enzyme which allows the virus to attach and enter. And if you actually suppress testosterone and other androgens, you actually limit the ability of the virus to enter. And the magnitude of which this is absolutely incredible. The other thing that anti-androgens do is it suppresses inflammation. Now, how do we know why androgens are so bad? Well, it's well known that males fare worse in this disease. They started noticing in a paper in Spain last year, they saw an ICU where almost everyone was bald. And baldness generally suggests that you have high levels of one of the metabolites of testosterone, and that's why you lose your hair. And contrast that with females and children before puberty who have very low levels of testosterone, they don't really develop severe lung disease. Males are more than 6 times more likely to die if your age is 40 to 45 and twice as likely in the ages of 30 to 50 to go to the hospital. Next slide. So I will just say numerous papers have shown that women who suffer from excess levels of androgen do much worse. Women who have too much androgens who are on therapy against it do much better. Men who are on androgen suppressing therapies do really well. Men with prostate cancer, for whom they are on very high potency anti-androgens, they fare extremely well with COVID. So there's a lot of observational studies, and now there is a number of randomized controlled trials showing massive efficacy if you start anti-androgen therapy in men or women. Early on, it prevents hospital, and later on, it prevents death. Next slide. So this is the proxalutamide trial. Very high potency, a novel agent used for prostate cancer. They used it in outpatients, and they saw this massive reduction in the need for hospitalization. Only 2% of this very large trial of men who got the therapy actually needed hospital, whereas a quarter of the men. This is a huge, huge impact. You do not see impacts of most medicines to this degree. It is absolutely, I think, just world-changing. Next slide. What is even more incredible is this slide. 645 hospitalized men and women who are not yet on a ventilator, and they randomized them to proxalutamide. If you look at the last line, I have never seen mortality reductions of this size on a medicine in my life. This would rival antibiotics in infection. 50% of those who didn't get it died versus only 11% died. And if you look at this scale of severity, after treatment, everybody was essentially home and out of the hospital, whereas the controls were all ventilated or dead. It's an absolutely incredible impact. Next slide. So, here's the problem, guys, is proxalutamide is not available. It's a novel agent. It's being developed for the use of prostate cancer. So you can't use it. It's very high potency. So what we have done is we've used combinations of anti-androgens to try to mimic the potency of proxalutamide. There is some data, and I have some data from colleagues in Brazil who are showing that these combinations are working very well. So we are trying to do what proxalutamide does. Spironolactone is an old, very safe drug. It's a diuretic, and at these doses it has powerful anti-androgen properties, and this is also an anti-androgen. If you're sick or in the hospital, we use more high-potent anti-androgens with dutasteride. So these are our protocols, and we use them in both men and women. It has to be started early. Next slide. And so I went over the core therapies, right? The MATH, ivermectin, nitazoxanide, the dual anti-androgen, and then we also have adjunctive therapy. So in the hospitalized patients, fluvoxamine, which is an antidepressant, which has been shown to work in outpatients as preventing hospitalization, and it has numerous anti-inflammatory properties and mechanisms that actually match up pretty well against the mechanisms of COVID. And so in severe cases, we will add fluvoxamine or an alternative, which is fluoxetine. Cyproheptadine is very good at improving hypoxemia in some patients. We have a lot of anecdotal and some clinical case series data on this. And then we also have some drugs that are helpful against antivirals and anti-inflammation. And then we do plasma exchange in really refractory cases of patients that we think are viable, but they have failed therapies. Next slide. Is that my last slide? I think that might be my last slide. So I'm just going to summarize and say that, again, what I just presented to you is a combination of therapies. If you think it looks like a lot, I have to tell you, there's one thing I've learned in this battle, especially in the hospital, is the sicker they get, the more severe they get. And I don't know if everyone's familiar with the term full Monty, but Dr. Marek and myself, we often employ what we call the full Monty, which is every single one of those agents in order to try to help people. I will tell you that before we added the anti-androgen therapy, I was not seeing good responses in the Delta variant in the ICU. Whereas I was turning people around before, the Delta variant, it just has much higher viral loads, more inflammation, and those ICU patients are very difficult to treat. But now that we're getting more aggressive with anti-androgens, we are seeing responses. But I have to tell you, the ICU doctors understand this, but our colleagues who work on the regular floors in the hospital, they're not being aggressive. The entire world is using 6 milligrams of dexamethasone and remdesivir. And remdesivir, I'm sorry, that is a toxic drug of almost no efficacy in the hospital. And so the treatment protocols, again, it is distressing to me to see all the patients coming to me so sick, needing ventilators, when I know that had they been treated more aggressively, they would not need ICU care. And with that, I will stop.
Now we invited Dr. George Farid from USA.
Thank you very much. Distinguished senators, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address you today. I'm sorry? You can't? Okay, I'm sorry. I have a weak voice. So I'm George Farid. I practice medicine in a rural town called Raleigh, California, that sits on the Mexican border. And what I'm going to tell you today is an extension of what Dr. Hatfield presented. in that I experienced exactly what he presented to you, the terrible injustice that occurred in the United States and throughout the world with the suppression and stigmatization falsely of an extraordinarily good medication, hydroxychloroquine. And I would say from Pierre Corey's presentation that hydroxychloroquine is the other penicillin for antivirals for RNA viruses. And in our experience, which I'm going to describe to you, of over 7,000 very sick patients in a very high-risk community, 99.96 recovery, effectively 0 deaths with proper early treatment. This small community that I work in became the epicenter for COVID-19 in California, and I, who continue to treat patients both in the hospital and as outpatients, found myself in the eye of the storm, treating very sick and contagious patients, not a place I thought it would be at the age of 76. I'm 77 now. And the stigmatization that Dr. Hatfield talked about affected widely throughout the United States the general doctors, and our community was no exception. And just a few of us took on the protocols that Dr. Didier Raoult and Vladimir Zelenko showed great promise with. And I'm going to show you how they affected our people. My training in biochemistry and virology, along with my degree from Harvard Medical School, prepared me well for the battle ahead in the 18 months that followed, a battle that I have been fighting now and continue to fight along with my colleague Brian Tyson, who had an urgent care clinic that I worked in addition to my hospital clinics. And it was the urgent care that should have been the model for fever clinics around the world, certainly throughout the United States, bringing patients in a very systematic and safe way, overcoming their fears and getting them on early treatment after they've been properly assessed. And as I mentioned, as the scientists Didier Raoult, Vladimir Zelenko, Peter McCullough have taught us, the first stage of COVID is the period of viral replication, and that's when you can attack it effectively. The flu-like symptoms and the headache and the loss of taste and smell. If the patients are left untreated, this may progress into the cytokine storm and what Dr. Corey was talking about and what Dr. McCullough indicated can be very difficult to treat and often fatal when blood clots develop. I've treated patients in all 3 phases, delaying treatment in an elderly high risk, those with comorbidities, with illnesses, heart disease, asthma, diabetes, was nothing short of cruel and still is, and that's what we saw. Many die, and in any case, this is a slide from Peter McCullough. No, well, we can go, that's fine. It showed the pillars of pandemia. And that the second pillar is the early treatment. That should have been the first treatment, and Fauci should have pushed that. FDA should have pushed that. All the agencies around the world should have pushed that. And I'll never forgive them for not. In any case, the next slide is a paper that I'm very proud to be a co-author on with the multifaceted drug treatment, sequence treatment that Dr. McCullough presented in his elaborate slide, but I'm one of 57 authors. I'm very proud to be on several of these papers with my colleague Brian Tyson, because that's what we espoused and still do. So the standard wait-and-see approach to COVID-19 has been the greatest medical failure I've seen in my long career, and it's a 50-year-plus career. Deaths are preventable, but you must treat early. No one needs to die from COVID-19. Very few should have died. 18 months ago, in March 2020, Brian Tyson and I began treating these patients early in the course of the disease with a combination of medications, initially hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, or doxycycline, nutraceuticals like zinc, high-dose vitamin D, vitamin C, and aspirin. And we continue with this protocol. For 10 months, we treated with just that protocol, and virtually none of the patients went to the hospital. And I'm going to show you a study that we have in press on that. As time progressed, so did our treatment, and we added drugs such as ivermectin and fluvoxamine and monoclonal antibodies, but they came in late, monoclonals. All of the work that we did on 7,000 patients recovering did not include monoclonal antibodies, but we recommend them, as Peter McCullough indicated. And we added colchicine and budesonide to treat other aspects of the disease. We became part of an international network of physicians, including groups such as American Association of Physicians and Surgeons, led by Dr. McCullough, leaders such as Jean-Pierre Keekins from CoveExit.com, who's done great work in educating around the world, all engaged in one singular goal, saving lives through early treatment. I developed my own protocols, which vary slightly from patient to patient, depending on their clinical situation. So what do our results look like? What is going on that COVID patients cannot get the treatment they need from their own physicians? And that's what we faced. It's still there, unfortunately. The next slide, please. In any case, that's the paper we're publishing on some of the patients, about 3,476 patients in the community, and compared to those that didn't receive early treatment. The percent recovery that I'll show you is 99.96% in that group of high-risk patients. Perhaps a major reason is that they didn't get early treatment elsewhere in our community and around the United States and the globe, is that agencies like the FDA, CDC came out against these medications. And Dr. Hatfield, I thank you very much for showing the proof of that, even making false claims that they were dangerous. We were told that HCQ was cardiotoxic. We've never seen any cardiac side effect in our 7,000 or more patients. Most of their cardiac symptoms improve, actually, on these doses of HCQ. We use up to 4,000 milligrams in a 12 to 14-day period. And it may be our adjusting the dosage upward gave us better results than other groups using a protocol with hydroxychloroquine or hydroxychloroquine plus ivermectin. The next slide. So we had two basic protocols, and they're shown here, and I've mentioned what they consist of. The only later in the regimens or in the time period, we added ivermectin, and as Pierre Correa has said, it is an penicillin also, like hydroxychloroquine, having specific antiviral action that's very unique and remarkable. And if you don't have antiviral action, they're not going to be effective. So we wouldn't have continued with such treatment. We're not stupid, and we would have fallen for the stigmatization and oppression that we were experiencing. I was harassed by our medical board. I treated patients in a nursing home that I'm director of, and 95% of the patients recovered, 98%. Whereas around the area of patients were dying very extensively in nursing homes. And so we did come under attack, and it's still, doctors will say that it's still not FDA approved, and they will raise their eyebrows and say that they don't want to make use of these agents, that they don't really, they'll wait for more results to come in. And as Peter McCullough stated to you, there are 200 and Steve Hatfield also, 250 excellent studies, many peer-reviewed studies showing the tremendous life-saving capability of this type of protocol. And again, this was without monoclonal antibodies. So what we were led to in our country and in our world was to depend on a few experts that don't even treat COVID patients. And that is absolutely tragic. That's the tragedy. And I tried to reach out to Fauci and the FDA and other groups and never had any response. Letters were extensively written. When I began working in my rural community in 1990, I think the next slide, please. The next slide. Okay, well that's the summary in case of that group, but we've gone on now, it's up to well over 7,000 patients. In 1990, when I began working there, I'd been in academia prior to that and somewhat in biotechnology for 20 years or more after graduating from medical school. I'm I never dreamed that I would one day be speaking in the United States Senate, which I did on early treatment in November of 2020, and then now in Rome to Senato della Repubblica. But because I've seen firsthand how early treatment of COVID-19 saves lives, I feel an ethical and moral obligation to speak out and fight for not only my patients, but for the many around the world who continue to die unnecessarily. This is a time that calls for the greatest of human attributes, courage. Everyone here must understand that we are in the greatest fight of our lives when doctors are prevented from treating their patients with life-saving medicines that are safe and cheap. We know that something sinister is going on, and vaccines do not work, as Steve said. They do not work. There's breakthrough, and the deltoid breaks through, and I have had patients die that I've been treating in my hospital that I wish I'd put on the Pierre Corey protocol. Patients that should never have reached there, and they were either unvaccinated or vaccinated. So it's not a differential. I thank you all for being here. I applaud your courage for standing up for your patients, citizens, and the rest of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for the great message. We save life. This is our job. Okay, I invite now Dr. Roberto Acinelli from Peru.
Please, my slides. Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the Italian Senate, for letting me speak in this temple democracy about a pandemic that has changed human society. Thank you, Steering Committee of the International COVID Summit, for inviting me to give this lecture. I am a Peruvian pulmonologist, and today the director of the High Altitude Institute of my university, Universidad Peruana Cayetano Heredia from Lima, Peru. I prescribe hydroxychloroquine for my first time in my life in 2020. Also, I never prescribed ivermectin before. Now, I need to do. Why? A young Peruvian man with COVID-19 visited all the emergency rooms near his home, but unfortunately, nobody gave him hydroxychloroquine plus azithromycin, the treatment detailed on the Peruvian COVID-19 guidelines. There was a panic among physicians to use hydroxychloroquine for its alleged adverse cardiac effects. I gave him an hydroxychloroquine prescription, but he could not buy it since its commercialization was prohibited because the Peruvian government gave it for free.
Ainda bem que tensionnetjes.
Okay. The authors have demonstrated that in cell cultures, ivermectin dismisses 5,000 times SARS-CoV-2 viral population. And only with this result, I prescribe ivermectin and these young men recover. Also, Peruvian physicians began to use it, and because of the fear of using hydroxychloroquine, it was employed more frequently. Afterwards, it was incorporated in the Peruvian COVID-19 guidelines.
Deixa eu diminuir um pouco.
Okay. In more than 130,000 Peruvian COVID-19 patients, ivermectin was used alone or with azithromycin or with hydroxychloroquine and had, as you can observe, a highly significant positive effect. However, when it was combined with hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin at the same time, it did not have a positive effect. I had observed in 5 physicians who tried to recover faster with these 3 medicines a worse evolution effect, and one of them died. I consider there is an antagonist effect between them. The use in this cohort of any of the safe second indication drugs give a protective effect of 63.4%. There are 63 studies about ivermectin in 26,422 COVID-19 patients, showing 69% and 86% improvement for early treatment and prophylaxis respectively. The probability that an effective treatment generated results as positive as the 63 studies is estimated to be 1 in 1 trillion. All the studies for prophylaxis, there was protection. The 86% of prevention for COVID-19 using ivermectin is better than the results using isoniazid, the best medicine for tuberculosis prevention, which is 80%. For early treatment, only one is negative, having the other 2 studies not significant statistical significance, this one and this other. In all early treatment, these studies has positive results. And in COVID-19, when patients receive hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, during the first 3 days, nobody died, as you can observe in this research that we have published this week in one journal with 1,265 patients. Vaccines are the solution to any infection disease. In Israel, more than 2/3 of its population had 2 doses. Now, more than 50% of hospitalized patients have received 2 doses of the vaccine. Pfizer vaccine protection has dropped there from more than 90% to only 35%. The Delta variant is the cause. It was demonstrated in Israel that there is a correlation between time from vaccine and incident and breakthrough infection. There was
a difference of 2.26-fold increased risk for breakthrough infection compared to individuals who were vaccinated in April 2021. Is a booster vaccine shot necessary? The only requirement to receive it today in Israel is that 5 months have passed since the second dose. Delta variant appeared in India. Its second wave was caused by it, and because only around 15% of Indians that at this moment are vaccinated, a catastrophic situation was predicted. However, in a month, as you can observe, the wave went down. Why? For using drugs, a second indication. Indian states where this treatment were not used, the rates were similar than the USA. But in those states that used ivermectin, the deaths went down to 0, as in Uttarakhand. The second wave of hospitalization and deaths in India that you can observe here was controlled with the use of ivermectin. Today in Israel, a third vaccine dose is being applied. Vaccines produce selection pressure over SARS-CoV-2. Using ivermectin, it will not occur. It joins to importin alpha, blocking the entrance inside the nucleus. So there is no signal to the human cellular protein machinery, which is in the cytoplasm. Ivermectin has been used successfully in no less than 2.5 billion people. Many parasite diseases, such as river bleedness, are controlled using one dose every 6 months. Are African countries using it have less COVID-19 rates? Here is the incidence of COVID-19 related to ivermectin prophylactic used in African countries, and you can observe. And this is another slide of the incidence of the use of ivermectin in the world. So the risk of COVID-19 in countries where ivermectin is used decreases by 80% when comparing African countries and 88% at worldwide. In my country, Peru, COVID-19 arrived at Lima, here. Then it disseminates to the jungle, which is in this side, and to the north of the country, and finally to the south. In Lima, the first wave that you can observe here had a duration of 5 months. In Arequipa, here, 3 months, and in Cusco, here, 2. And the decline curve that you can observe here, the decline curve, was more pronounced inverse to the time of the wave. The reason was the Plan Taita, which was driven by the Peruvian army in coordination with the local and national authorities, including the municipalities. The decreasing excess, that you can observe here, the decreasing excess was greater in the regions where the Plan Taita was implemented. The decrease in the excess of deaths depending on the intensity of the use of ivermectin being higher in the regions where the TITA plan was implemented. Here, intermediate in regions where employment depended on the authorities of the regions, and low in Lima, where was a restriction in its use. In people more than 60 years old, the peak of excess that you can observe here, this is the peak of excess of death, was significantly more reduced with TITA program. Can you observe here, 74.4% at the 30 days of implementation than in Lima or in the places that ivermectin is used in intermediate. But at 45 years, the rates of the peak increased deaths decided in the same way very importantly. Dr. Omura, Nobel Prize winner for his development of ivermectin, also wrote a paper about this evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic in my country. In Peru, rates were low here in November, but in December, our second wave began, and I personally talked with our Peruvian health minister saying the second wave has begun for Piura, a north region, and that we need to give hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin plus azithromycin. But she refused to do it. There was a 14-fold reduction in national excess deaths, but when the president changed, there was 13-fold increase after ivermectin was stopped. And finally, the second wave had a higher number of COVID-19 cases than our first wave. In Peru, 1 in every 100 minors has lost at least one of their parents or primary caregivers to this virus. This is the highest orphan rate due to COVID-19 in the world. You can observe here, Peru. Doubles that the second country, South Africa. However, in my family, many of us have had this disease, but nobody needed to be hospitalized because I gave treatment immediately. They called me as soon as they presented symptoms. And for the new variants, which are more transmissible, since the second wave, also prophylaxis is necessary for the close contact. Today, members of the Italian Senate and attendees to this international COVID-19 summit, we are presenting in this historical place how to win this third world war. With all these excellent results, I do not understand why physicians and authorities all over the world are not using a recommended ivermectin for patients with COVID-19 and the other safe drugs as second indication, and why they prefer new drugs that are less effective, less safe, and much more expensive. History will judge us. I hope we can celebrate very soon that we won this third world war. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acinelli. I invite now Dr. Osvaldo Castaneda from Peru too.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Sorry. Well, voglio ringraziare gli organizzatori, specialmente senatrice Roberta Ferraro, per questo unico evento nel mondo. Mi dispiace, ma non parlo italiano bene. Io vado a parlare in inglese. Well, hello with everybody. Next slide, please. Well, I would like to point out that the first concept is, in my own thing, is so important. The real enemy is inflammation, because it's the cause of death. Therefore, it is necessary to know how to treat the inflammation in order to avoid death. And it's mandatory to teach every physician how to treat inflammation. Next slide, please, Robert. Thank you. As all you know, that is the evolution of COVID-19. First, we have the viral infection, and after some days, we have the immune system reaction that produce the inflammation. So, as Mauro and many of you have pointed, the early intervention is the most important in every phase. But I would like to add to this concept. The early intervention is important, but it's most important the early right intervention. Okay? Because early intervention could be with different alternative, not goods. So early intervention is so important, but most important is early right intervention. The first days, the treatment is to lower the viral load. And there are many alternatives we listen along the day. But when the inflammation begin, after 4 or 5 days, last year after 6 or 7 days, now is after 4 or 5 days. When the inflammation begin, the treatment is to eliminate inflammation, not to decrease inflammation, is to eliminate inflammation. If we wait the progression of the inflammation, we will have the cytokine storm. And when the patient is in cytokine storm, the treatment is fight to death. It's different. As we said in Spanish, if we wait that time, the misa passed. Well, So that is very important. Next slide, please, Robert. So to treat the inflammation in good way, we have to understand that there is different phases. In the second phase, the inflammatory phase. At the beginning is mild. After that is moderate, and then advanced is severe. But as in children, some adults also have rapidly progressive disease. It's the same that we see in the autoimmune diseases. As you know, I am rheumatologist and immunologist. So some patients have this different, unusual progress of the disease. Is rapidly progressive. And usually is mild at the beginning. So we have different alternative treatments. When the inflammation is mild, what is the treatment? The treatment is with oral corticoids. Oral corticosteroids with a good amount of drug, I mean with a good doses, that is enough to eliminate the mild inflammation. But we need to understand that we need to know how much of drug I need to eliminate the inflammation. Rheumatologists and immunologists know how to do it. But the other physicians, it's difficult to understand. So it is important to talk and to learn and to study. Oral corticosteroids like prednisone or dexamethasone. Dexamethasone is better because it lasts more hours. So it's better dexamethasone. And in the mild disease, the others alternative are, for example, baricitinib. It's an tyrosine kinase inhibitor. Baricitinib blocks interleukin-6. But at the beginning, it's like tocilizumab. Tocilizumab is anti-interleukin-6, but it is important to emphasize one concept, because we used tocilizumab 10 years ago in rheumatoid arthritis and still in children, and still in adults, and in other diseases. Tocilizumab, when you use tocilizumab, you need to wait 10 or 14 days to have the effect anti-interleukin-6. So it is not properly to use this drug in the second phase of the inflammation, because we will have to wait almost 2 weeks to get the effect. So tocilizumab should be used when the inflammation is mild, okay? It was a protocol using tocilizumab when inflammation is severe. Patients do not have enough days to wait the tocilizumab effect. So, as we were talking yesterday, it is necessary to say to all the physicians that we need to know every characteristic of one drug before you decide to use it. If you don't know all the characteristics of the drug, you use the drug wrong. So tocilizumab, this is the place for tocilizumab. When the inflammation is moderate, we have to eliminate inflammation, but we have to prevent complications. That is the reason why here we need to use more corticosteroid doses. So intravenous megadoses of methylprednisolone or dexamethasone in the patients at this moment. And here we need to use enoxaparin to prevent coagulation problem as a consequence of the inflammation. Coagulation problems do not appear before the inflammation. It's just a consequence of no control inflammation. So that is so important to understand. But if times go and we receive patients with severe inflammation, we have to fight against death. It's different. Here is contraindicated to use methylprednisolone or dexamethasone pulses. Here we have to use other ways of treatment, and we have to fight against inflammation and fight against complications. Next slide, Robert, please. Well, so what drugs, as I say, in mild inflammation, corticoids, prednisone, dexamethasone is better, baricitinib, tofacitinib. In moderate inflammation, intravenous methylprednisolone or dexamethasone equivalent, the use of vitamin D is always indicated. And vitamin C is important. As we saw in the before presentation of the doctor from USA, mega doses of vitamin C are so important even in septic shock. Well, and of course, plus enoxaparin. But when the inflammation is severe, what corticoid we have to use is the same that in sepsis, in septic shock. The use is high, the drug is hydrocortisone. 100 milligrams every 6 hours, or 50 milligrams every 8 hours, or 50 milligrams every 6 hours is the protocol similar of the patient in septic shock. Vitamin D, and of course intravenous megadoses of vitamin C. And because the patient has complications, and most of the complications are infections, bacterial infections, we cannot use intravenous methylprednisolone or dexamethasone. We can use intravenous immunoglobulins. Immunoglobulins are not contraindicated with a bacterial infection, and it causes a rapidly, very fast action blocking the immune system. And of course, not prevention of coagulation. It's full anticoagulation. And of course, antibiotics. Next is, I think is the last, next. Well, to finish, we have to understand that it is not a new disease. It's the same mechanisms produced by several viruses many years ago. So we have to understand that the element who produced the disease is new, but the disease is the same. We have to fight against inflammation because this is a viral infection, and some days after is a multisystemic autoimmune condition. Next, please. And I would like to finish because it's the same concept. Vaccines do not produce damage. Please, give me the damage is produced by ignorance. Why? Because everything, every side effect produced by vaccines are the immune system reaction. If you know that, you know how to treat it. Nobody has to die because of vaccine. If I have a child with confusion, somnolence after a vaccine, I have to understand that maybe he has encephalitis. If I treat it fastly, I avoid the death. Well, next. No, next slide, Robert. I would like to thank again all of you, and I would like to say that I'm very pleased to be here with all of you and with Dr. Acinelli, because we studied together in the university in Peru since our first years. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Osvaldo, for this great lesson. I want to have a lot of students and postgraduate students here to listen to this type of lesson on autoimmune disease and inflammation process. And nature has nothing to do with the vaccine. We treat the patient who have symptoms and who have the illness. That is a completely different topic. Now I invite Dr. Andrea Stramezzi.
Intanto desidero chiaramente ringraziare la senatrice Roberta Ferrero e il senatore Max Romeo, che ci sta seguendo dal televisore e che, vi ricordo, è quello che è riuscito a portarci, me e il professor Luigi Cavanna, al Ministero della Salute 6 mesi fa, per parlare delle terapie, per spiegare a un collega, Sileri, che le terapie esistono. E lui ci ha detto: lo so, anch'io ne ho curati 100. Io gli ho parlato anche del gene, della ricerca del gene che mette a rischio il Covid, che fa trasformare nelle persone predisposte che hanno uno o più geni. Adesso ne abbiamo già identificato uno, ne è stato già identificato uno che è un HLA 401, e lui mi ha detto lo so, e mi ha tirato fuori una pubblicazione sua di giugno 2020 proprio sul gene HLA. Mi chiedo come mai non parli col suo ministro. C'era una canzone italiana. C'era una canzone italiana che era Eravamo quattro amici al bar che volevano cambiare il mondo. Noi eravamo solo in due, Robert Steiner e io. E non eravamo al bar, ma in Zoom, quando avevamo l'idea di immaginare il primo congresso mondiale sulla terapia del Covid, l'International Covid Summit. Io, avendo centinaia di pazienti, dissi a Robert, occupatene tu, insieme a Lilly, che sarete sicuramente all'altezza. Poi dentro di me magari pensavo forse li ho sopravvalutati. No, li ho sottovalutati, perché avete fatto un lavoro grandissimo. Avevamo anche un altro sogno nel cassetto, che era di creare una onlus, Covid Healer, guarisci Covid, per poter realizzare un'applicazione che aiutasse i pazienti a essere curati e i medici a curare il Covid. Io già immaginavo 6 mesi fa, qua, con un iPhone in mano, come Steve Jobs, col collo alto nero, a presentarvela. In questi giorni ho scoperto che purtroppo l'Apple Store ha necessità di tempi abbastanza lunghi per poterla mettere su un iPhone. Quindi mi ha proposto di mettere la PKA su un Android. Allora, forse perché io non sono molto d'accordo con l'idea di diminuire la popolazione mondiale di 2,5 miliardi di persone, come i proprietari del sistema invece vorrebbero fare, e ci hanno dichiarato tante volte, allora preferisco parlarvi dell'applicazione senza farvela vedere su un telefonino Android. Perché io sono un romantico, sono un medico all'antica, se no non avrei potuto andare a trattare e curare oltre 1400 pazienti io da solo, non un gruppo, un comitato. Ho fatto parte anche di Ippocrate, sono stato dentro Ippocrate, sono stato anche dentro nell'altro comitato. 450 li ho visitati e curati in ospedale, ho fatto 3 mesi in ospedale Covid, vivevo lì, dormivo con loro e li abbiamo curati e guariti tutti, non abbiamo avuto un unico decesso. Per fare questo siamo andati contro le linee guida, non contro, le abbiamo create noi, perché come è stato detto oggi, le linee guida sono statiche, spesso obsolete e sono fatte da persone che magari non hanno mai visitato un paziente e questo non va bene. L'app servirà anche a cambiare questo stato di cose. E abbiamo, scusate, per fare in fretta ho detto mi scrivo tutto e poi... Sure.
Is it appropriate or wait for a little while to talk about what your app is?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Stremezi is my hermano, my brother in clinical practice, and he kindly asked me to explain in English about this wonderful app, COVID Healer. And I just, on searching a fair Italiani, no, too early?
So, yeah. I'll tell you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
George Farid è un uomo di grande generosità. Pensate che una volta in una broadcast in Stati Uniti ha definito me come il Peter McCullough d'Europa. I say thank you to you. It's not true, but... No, I'll explain later. Okay, thank you. Sì, George Farid in realtà gli ho appena chiesto se lui farà la traduzione dell'applicazione per gli Stati Uniti, perché ci esistono maniere di prescrivere che sono totalmente diverse dalla nostra. Allora, vediamo questa applicazione. In pratica, la prossima per favore, noi sappiamo che siamo stato il primo paese occidentale, come è già stato detto, ad essere colpito dal Covid. E quindi molti di noi, Andrea Mangiagalli, Luigi Cavanna, io, Freddy Suter, Antonio Palma e tanti, siamo andati, ne dimentico centinaia, siamo andati a casa dei pazienti a visitarli e eravamo da soli eravamo i primi che lo facevano, non sapevamo gli uni degli altri e quindi li abbiamo curati visitandoli, cercando di ricordarci le basi della malattia infettiva e quello che ci è stato insegnato. Quindi li abbiamo curati con farmaci noti, poco costosi e che conoscevamo bene e guarivano. Poi con molti collegamenti con il resto del mondo abbiamo insegnato a molti medici del resto del mondo a curare quello che noi, cioè a fare quello che noi stavamo facendo anche nei loro paesi. E qualcuno di loro, molto importante, ci ha anche citato, l'ha detto: ho imparato a curare il Covid dai medici di Milano, un professore che ha parlato oggi, che io non nomino. Noi, avanti per favore, noi in pratica abbiamo poi costituito delle associazioni che servivano appunto a organizzarsi, a fare meno fatica, a rispondere alle chiamate dei pazienti che non conoscevamo, che non ci conoscevano. Per esempio Ippocrate.org. Bene, adesso quello che noi vorremmo fare è esportare anche questo, cioè permettere anche negli altri paesi del mondo, senza bisogno di creare grosse organizzazioni, di utilizzare quest'app per poter curare a distanza anche i pazienti. Avanti. 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 Allora, nel momento in cui noi avremo operativa quest'app e sarà sulle 2 piattaforme, sui 2 store concorrenti e potrà essere scaricata, avremo per il paziente una grande agevolazione, cioè sarà più facile per lui trovare subito un medico che lo cura. Chiaramente lui inserirà la città, oltre che i suoi dati che saranno altezza, peso, le sue malattie croniche, le sue allergie, queste cose qua. Dopodiché, chiaramente, potrà anche indicare un medico di preferenza o un'organizzazione di preferenza, per esempio Ippocrate. E sarà lui stesso a riempire la cartella clinica, perché tutti i colleghi che hanno curato in questo senso, in questo anno e mezzo, hanno avuto lo stesso problema, immagino. Lunghe telefonate, video, messaggi WhatsApp, messaggi via mail, SMS, Messenger, c'è da diventare cretini. Tutto per riuscire ad avere una cartella clinica. Ebbene, sarà l'app che ci darà già la cartella clinica, sarà l'app che indicherà al paziente che cosa scrivere, senza lunghe frasi: mi scusi se l'ho disturbata, ma io ci fanno perdere un sacco di tempo. Quindi la cartella clinica sarà già pronta, prima ancora che che il paziente si ammali. Quando si ammalerà non dovrà altro che inserire il tempo che è passato dal primo sintomo o dal suo tampone o dal contatto stretto che ha avuto con un malato, metterà i suoi parametri, temperatura, frequenza cardiaca, che è molto più importante della saturazione all'inizio, perché ci indica un indice di viremia, cioè di virosi anzi. Chiaramente la saturazione e tutto l'elenco dei sintomi. Per un medico come noi, che siamo abituati a curare tante presenze, che siamo esperti, pensate che io quest'estate in vacanza stavo seguendo contemporaneamente 300 pazienti e ne avevo 15 o 20 di nuovi, proprio perché loro erano ridotti a ranghi ridotti, l'altro comitato proprio aveva chiuso, e quindi arrivavano alla fine tutti da me. Curare 15-20 nuovi pazienti ogni giorno, seguendone 300, leggendo i messaggi WhatsApp, che diventano migliaia al giorno, è spaventoso. A parte che ti debilita, perché ne continui a ricevere telefonate, eccetera, in qualsiasi momento, anche di notte. Ma soprattutto ha un grosso rischio, che noi non sappiamo tra i 1500 messaggi, prima di leggerli tutti, se c'è un paziente a rischio, che ha bisogno immediato di un nostro intervento, di un cambio di farmaci, di un sostegno di ossigeno. Non lo possiamo sapere se non andiamo a leggere i messaggi. Bene, l'app ci manderà una notifica. Attenzione, vai immediatamente a controllare la cartella del signor John Smith, del signor Mario Rossi. E questo è fondamentale. Non avremo bisogno di leggere tutti i giorni tutte le cartelle cliniche. L'app ci indicherà che c'è un paziente la cui saturazione è di colpo scesa di 3 punti percentuali. E tutto questo, attenzione, siccome funzionerà, speriamo in tutto il mondo, sarà in tantissime lingue e servirà per molti medici, tutti questi parametri sono assolutamente personalizzabili. Sarà il medico che deciderà: voglio un alert per sotto l'1% di saturazione quando è scesa all'1%. Probabilmente non lo farà nessuno perché le oscillazioni ci sono, però può fare. Potrà lui ovviamente impostare la terapia, mettere tutti i suoi parametri e quindi sarà molto più facile. Potremo curare contemporaneamente molti, ma molti più pazienti. Poi c'è una seconda, avanti per favore, io scusate Robert, io non guardo, per cui vedi tu col testo che lo sai fare. Ci sarà una seconda cosa molto importante per il medico. Quello che noi vogliamo, avanti per favore Robert, quello che noi vogliamo ottenere, ma fin dall'inizio, fin da marzo, quando io facevo i miei primi tweet e dicevo attenzione, ho curato dei pazienti con questi farmaci, con la zitromicina, con l'idrossiclorochina, poi ho iniziato a parlare di ivermectina. L'ivermectina la uso da 10 mesi, non dall'altro ieri, e cercavamo, tutti noi, di coinvolgere altri colleghi. Quanti colleghi mi hanno telefonato e mi hanno detto: Andrea, mi piacerebbe che tu mi insegnassi. Molti, anche Ippocrate ne ha addestrati tantissimi. Però, se noi avessimo un sistema semplice, intuitivo, per convincere i medici di buona volontà che esistono, ma che hanno paura di curare il Covid, non paura come all'inizio perché non volevano andare a casa, paura di infettarsi, perché signori basta una mascherina per non infettarsi, non ci vogliono tutte di biocontenimento. Io quando vado a curare un paziente a casa, vado a mani nude, lo palpo, lo tocco, faccio le percussioni, faccio anche una carezza, vi assicuro che con la carezza, guardandoli negli occhi, dicendo adesso io sono qua, tranquillo, tu non andrai in ospedale, questo fa il 10-20% della terapia. Medico chirurgo, la cosa più intelligente che ha detto il professor Bassetti, deriva da chiros, mani, usiamole le mani. Quindi se è possibile l'applicazione permetterà a un paziente, se sta a Barletta e c'è un medico che ha l'applicazione a Barletta, sarà il primo lui a ricevere la segnalazione e magari andrà a casa a visitarlo. Ma se non fosse possibile, io in questo momento, solo in questo momento, sto curando un paziente a Rio de Janeiro, uno a Salamina in Grecia, uno in Belgio e uno a Dubai, oltre a tutti quelli che sto curando a Milano. Dobbiamo fare in modo che chiunque, qualunque medico possa curare tutte le persone che hanno bisogno. Ci sono delle nazioni dove è difficile trovare un medico che curi. Questa app servirà a questo. Come dicevo, questi medici di buona volontà, nei loro primi pazienti, sarà come se avessero me, o Peter McCullough, o George Farey, o tutti gli altri che voi stimate, Hector Carvalho, eccetera, accanto. Perché la terapia che lui vedrà sarà quella che noi faremmo in quel caso specifico, con quell'età, di quel sesso, di quel rapporto peso-altezza, con quelle malattie croniche o con quelle allergie a farmaci. Quindi, se vorrà, farà semplicemente clic e il paziente riceverà un PDF da stampare in formato A5, cioè come ricettario per noi, per gli Stati Uniti è una cosa diversa, ecco la traduzione che Giorgio mi dovrà fare, e in modo che potrà andare in farmacia, prendersi i suoi farmaci e il medico potrà seguire i suoi primi casi. Come è stato detto oggi da Fabio Burgana, la cosa più bella, cioè io tutti questi pazienti in remoto, lo dichiaro perché sono stato anche attaccato, chissà quanti soldi si fa questo paese. Io li ho sempre curati gratuitamente, non ho mai accettato un bonifico, piuttosto ho detto dateli, oggi dico a Covid healer, una volta dicevo a Ippocrate o terapia domiciliare, oppure a una fondazione che serve a dare i farmaci per le persone non abbienti. Quindi Noi vogliamo che questa applicazione serva a tanti nuovi medici, non nuovi nel senso appena laureati, ma magari anche medici in pensione, ortopedici. Io sono un dentista, se so curare io il Covid, se ho imparato io a curarlo, non deve essere così difficile. Le basi le hanno dette, non starò qui a ripetervi tutto lo schema terapeutico perché è sempre lo stesso e molti farmaci funzionano, molti. C'è tutta poi la parte sui microbioti, sul virus che è batteriofago, eccetera. Sono tante le cose che possiamo fare, ma l'importante è iniziare subito, immediatamente, al primo sintomo. E quest'app servirà a questo. E poi c'è una quarta funzione dell'app, che forse è la più importante, anche se è l'ultima. Noi avremo, senza bisogno dell'evidence-based medicine, degli studi enormi, doppio cieco, randomizzato, eccetera, noi abbiamo l'evidenza della funzionalità delle molecole, perché sui server, ovviamente totalmente in maniera anonima, con dei codici alfanumerici, noi medici, i medici che avranno, che saranno chiaramente registrati in Italia con il numero dell'ordine dei medici, che sarà tutto controllato, non è che potranno mettersi pazzi a curare, potremo controllare, per esempio, la funzione della bromexina. Io non la conoscevo come funzione, me ne ha parlato il collega bravissimo Paolo Baron, che è del gruppo medici del Friuli Venezia Giulia. Sono 250 medici che mi hanno già dato l'assicurazione che tutti loro scaricheranno l'applicazione e inizieranno a utilizzarla, che ha realizzato anche lui un bellissimo convegno che si è svolto ieri e l'altro ieri a Fiumicino, e io ho parlato anche lì, anche Fabio ha parlato lì. E beh, Paolo Baron a fine luglio mi disse: Andrea, tu lo dai la bromexina? Perché sai, ho visto dei lavori, anzi ci ho fatto anche un webinar, che interrompe la possibilità del virus di entrare nella cellula. Io immediatamente ho provato a usarla e mi sono accorto, in ormai un mese e mezzo che la uso, che accorcia i tempi di decorso. Queste cose noi le potremo vedere su 10.000, 100.000 casi e questo cambierà le linee guida. Perché sarà questa sì, la vera evidenza. E un giorno, è il sogno di Paolo Baron, e lo faccio mio, che questa mentalità, queste applicazioni che potranno darci i dati reali, in tempo reale, di tutte le varie molecole usate, chiaramente a seconda dell'età, del sesso, delle patologie, di quanti giorni sono passati, sono intercorsi prima dell'inizio della terapia, eccetera. Ma tutte queste statistiche, oggi con i computer, sono facilissime da fare. E l'idea è che un domani tutti i medici di medicina generale, per esempio, abbiano accesso a questi dati per qualsiasi malattia, senza più attendere le linee guida dei soloni che magari non hanno mai visitato un paziente. Grazie.
So we invite now Dr. Bruce Patterson.
Thank you. Is there a pointer on here? Okay. They'll advance it. Okay. Thank you, organizers of this meeting. It's a real pleasure to be here in Rome. And what I'm going to talk about is going to be very different, yet similar to what previous speakers spoke about. We spoke about many things, including when to treat, how to treat, and how to save lives. And that's what I'm here for as well. But we've developed a number of tools over the last year and a half to help us do that and know exactly where patients are in the spectrum of this very confounding disease. I agree with Paul Merrick and Pierre Corey that it's one of the most complicated diseases
we've ever seen. And I started in HIV research in the late 1980s, and I thought that was complicated. I was in China the second week in January 2020, and I had to cancel my trip to Wuhan to meet with a customer because they told me there's an immune virus. And I said, what's an immune virus? And they showed me some early data, and what caught me was this elevation of cytokines, and not any cytokines, but cytokines and chemokines like Rantes. So early on, I called COVID a Rantes disease. Rantes, or CCL5, is the ligand for CCR5, and it controls the movement of immune cells throughout the body. And indeed, I think that's come true, and it's also come true in the context of long COVID, which I will talk about. I also got involved in 3 very large treatment studies in early 2020. And what I found was patients got better, patients survived, patients went home, but their immune systems were nowhere near normal. We were letting people out of the hospital who, by any stretch of the imagination, if they'd come to a doctor's office, people would say, you are very, very sick. So I agree with Dr. Corey, who said, we undertreat, undertreat, undertreat. Okay? But I'll tell you one thing about using CCR5 antagonists in over 700 acute patients. Not a single patient got a blood clot. We saved 58 out of 60 critical patients. We saved 10 patients off of ECMO. We saved patients off of intubation. And here we are, still without an approval on a drug that is very, very effective, or a class of drugs that's very effective, which I will show you. And part of the reason is the fact that because this disease is so complex, coming up with a placebo group to match your treatment group is next to impossible without the proper tools, without the proper biomarkers. At the time, we started with over 150 biomarkers, and I'm going to show you right now where we ended up with the aid of machine learning and artificial intelligence. Next slide. Next slide. So, as we know, long COVID affects as many as 30% of everybody who has COVID. In the United States, that's 40 million people with COVID and 12 million people who may become long haulers. In Italy, it's, I think, 4.2 million people, and about 1.5 million individuals in Italy will become long haulers. This is a grave healthcare and economic emergency that is on par with acute COVID. In fact, when we spoke to, again, congressmen, Department of Defense, think about the effects on the military of having patients who have had long COVID and can't get out of bed, not to mention carry out their duties or go to work and help the economy. This is going to be with us for years, even if we came up with a solution to acute COVID. And so I'm going to tell you about our program. We have over 10,000 long haulers, 1,000 post-vaccination long haulers. We have greater than 80% treatment success of these individuals. These patients are going from bedridden to back to normal lives in a matter of 6 to 8 weeks. And this similar pathology exists with those who have been post-vaccinated and have long hauler type symptoms 3 and 4 months after vaccination. Next slide. These are the symptoms we've heard about in long COVID. And some have said there may be as many as 200 symptoms. But mostly there's headaches, brain fog, fibromyalgia, shortness of breath, etc. You can see the list here. This is published in Frontiers in Immunology. Long COVID is almost as heterogeneous as acute COVID. And so you must treat on a patient-by-patient basis with precision medicine. When I came back from China, I said to myself, we need to attack COVID like we attack cancer. Because I will tell you, nobody will start cancer therapy, at least in the United States, without knowing every single cancer mutation in that tumor. And for us to even conceive of treating COVID or long COVID without that kind of information on a patient-by-patient basis and base all determinations on their O2 levels and examinations in the hospital is ridiculous given what we've done for cancer. Okay? This is just as complicated as cancer, and it requires just as much information. Next slide. So what do? We took all the severe, all the mild to moderate, acute COVIDs, normals, patients with other immune diseases, and patients with long COVID, and we did an immune profile with markers that we identified during acute COVID, and we put it into a computer and told the computer, choose the most important parameters to distinguish these 4 groups. Then what we said is, okay, can you classify this new group of patients called long haulers? And it did. And that's what you see in yellow. There's 2 cutoffs, one going horizontally, one going vertically. And we developed 2 different scores. We developed a long hauler index, which is interleukin-2 plus interferon gamma over CCL4, a chemokine. And we also developed a severity score for patients with acute COVID. And as you'll notice, all the acute COVIDs fall to the left side of that vertical dotted line, and all the severe acute COVIDs fall above the horizontal dotted line. What's interesting is there's some patients who are categorized in the hospital as mild to moderate who immunologically are severe. I can't impart upon you more information than to say the immunology precedes symptoms. And when we talk about early treatment, predictive modeling is what's going to tell us what patient is going to become severe and which ones aren't. That allows us to triage into certain therapies, but most importantly, from a global perspective, allows us to manage resources. There are some severe patients who are called severe by the classical definitions, hospital-based, that immunologically didn't fall above the horizontal line and were mild to moderate or normal immunologically. Okay, I would say mild to moderate. They could be triaged to home. They don't need to take up a bed in the ICU just because they're categorized as severe by the criteria that a particular hospital uses. Like I said, hospitalization is not a biomarker. Okay? And some of the mild to moderates who are severe needed to be treated more aggressively. The other thing is with the long hauler index, it allows us to follow a non-subjective parameter as we treat these individuals. I don't know how many COVID individuals that you've spoken to, or if you've even spoken to a long COVID individual. We've spoken to 10,000, and every single story is different. And subsequent visits, every single story is different. To try and treat based on that would be next to impossible. Next slide. So from the initial study that we published, we demonstrated, excuse me, can I have the other slide, the newer slide set? This is the old, I gave you the newer slide set. The one on the thumb drive. Anyway, go back one slide. So what we did is in long haulers, we said what is causing the vascular inflammation that we saw in the first paper. And the vascular inflammation was identified as having high VEGF, high soluble CD40 ligand, high CCL5. And we said, what's causing this? So we looked in immune cells, and what we found were non-classical monocytes. There's 3 populations of monocytes in the white blood cells. Non-classical monocytes express high levels of ACE2, but no CCR5. Non-classical monocytes don't express any ACE2, but express CCR5, and they express the fractalkine receptor. Many of you are asking, what's the fractalkine receptor? It's a receptor for endothelial cells of blood vessels. Okay? We've heard all day about clotting. Clotting is caused by this vascular inflammation. Relieve the inflammation, you don't have clotting. They don't need heparin and Xarelto and all these very expensive anticoagulants. What they need is to relieve the vascular inflammation. So what we did is we sorted these non-classical monocytes where we found the S1 protein of SARS-CoV-2 17 months after infection. These cells have no SARS-CoV-2 RNA. This discovery of pathogen protein in cells in the absence of pathogen nucleic acids is a completely new concept, similar to prions compared to viruses. What we're seeing is persistent antigenemia in long COVID in the absence of viral replication that's making long COVID individuals think that they have the infection still when they don't. So our job is to treat the immunology because there's no virus to treat. Okay? And that's what we did. We also sorted the cells that contained the S1 protein, and we did whole genome sequencing of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in these cells, only remnants of small viral fragments of RNA. But this mass spectrometry image showed that single spike of the S1 protein in every single long hauler that we looked at. Okay? Because this is the older slide set, we did the exact same thing in post-vaccination long haulers. They have the exact same persistent S1 protein stimulating their immune system, even though they've never been infected. Okay? There's a similar mechanism in Lyme. There's a similar mechanism in some other diseases like ME/CFS. So we've expanded our program from long COVID to post-Lyme, ME/CFS, and other immune disorders. Next slide. So what does this do? This was truly remarkable. This cell type has a propensity for blood vessels. So it's carrying S1 protein to the blood vessels 17 months after their COVID infection. These cells bind via the fractalkine receptor to a protein called fractalkine expressed on the endothelial cells. Long COVID is endotheliitis. You treat it, they get better. You treat post-vax with the same treatment that I'm going to show you, they get better. But the symptoms are angiogenesis, which increases VEGF, which causes peripheral neuropathy, and vasodilatation, which gives them the head fullness, brain fog, tinnitus or ringing in the ears, headaches, and migraines. So you treat it with a combination of CCR5 antagonists, which keep those cells from migrating all over the body, and statins block the interaction between fractalkine and the fractalkine receptor. Okay? Treated 8,000 patients. 85 to 90% of them get better. It's been fantastic. And that same protocol, which is on the other slide deck I gave in this morning. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, it doesn't have the treatment regimen. We use a combination of ivermectin, 6 to 12 milligrams every 3 days, so just a little bit. Maraviroc or Cellzentry, which is a CCR5 antagonist, 300 milligrams twice a day, and Previstatin, 10 milligrams a day, which block the cause of long COVID. But I'll tell you, we've been giving that to patients who have symptoms, the first sign of symptoms in acute COVID, and they respond in 2 to 3 days. Just those 3 drugs. Because what you're doing is you're preventing the virus from doing what it wants to do, which is cause blood vessel inflammation, which of course leads to the clotting. Like I said, over 700 patients, not a single blood clot in the acute trials with CCR5 antagonists. You can see the long hauler indices are circled in red in these 2 patients. All the cytokines come down, VEGF, IL-2 with Maraviroc therapy. Long hauler index from 4 to 0.3, from 11 to 1.3. These therapies work, and we actually have metrics that tell you they work. Not that they get better. Yeah, they get better, but we, like I said, in acute COVID, released a lot of patients who got better who weren't better. And this prolonged therapy, or this prolonged immunology, I think is due to undertreatment in the hospital. And frankly, why are we using steroids when we can use an immune modulator like CCR5 antagonists? What do? They relieve immune T-cell exhaustion. And corticosteroids increase or don't allow for T-cell activation. The most important function of CCR5 antagonists is they repolarize macrophages. So Paul Merrick and I agree, this is a macrophage disease. Macrophages are what's making the cytokine storm, IL-6, TNF-alpha, causing all the tissue damage. Binding an antagonist to CCR5 changes a macrophage from an M2 macrophage, which is a pro-inflammatory macrophage, to an M1, which is an effector macrophage. We don't need steroids. We need immune modulators. And as I've said on many interviews and podcasts, the way to prepare ourselves for emerging infections going forward is to have sequence-agnostic therapeutics. Because for us to come up with therapeutics that are sequence or viral specific takes time. Just like the PD-L1 inhibitors revolutionized cancer therapy, we need to revolutionize emerging infection therapy by using pathogen and sequence-independent therapeutics. That's my message. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Dr. Patterson. It's a fantastic presentation because open a new way, and also with the idea that we have of the fragmentation theory on this virus and the effect of part of the spike protein to simulate immunological response in the interstitial of the tissue. It's a new vision that we have it on that. There is a new pathway on that. Okay. Now I invited Dr. Villa to speak. I'm sorry for the comment, but I wanted to underline this type of job that is very new.
Buon pomeriggio. I am Dr. Victor Villa Diaz. I come from Paraguay. Sorry, excuse me, but I cannot speak good English. And I cannot speak good Italiano, so I will speak in español. En primer lugar, agradezco a la senadora Roberta Ferraro, que hace 3 días recibo la invitación y me dice, doctor Villa, tiene que estar en la conferencia en Roma in person. Para mí era imposible, mi posibilidad económica era imposible. Entonces hicimos un sacrificio, gracias. En Paraguay formamos un grupo que tratamos el COVID con ivermectina, acitromicina, con el complejo de vitaminas, la C, la D3, que vamos a ver después, mi protocolo. Entonces mis pacientes que le tratamos sin costo, de los 7 millones de paraguayos, la mitad consume ivermectina, usa mi protocolo. Ellos juntaron la plata y mediante ellos estoy acá. Y también quiero agradecer a 2 personas, al magistrado Angelo Giorgiani, que me ayudó, le envió a la señora Mila, que es una peruana que vive hace 30 años acá, me recibió en el aeropuerto, me acompaña, y al coronel Guillermo Tamayo de Conuvive, que me ayudó económicamente. Bueno, como ustedes ven, yo no tengo saco, yo soy muy humilde, usé una chaqueta donde está mi nombre, está la bandera de mi país, y yo creo que la humildad es muy importante, y aprendí en italiano esto, que Cristo predicaba con una tonaca e sandali. Entonces, la humildad para mí es muy importante. En enero del 2020 aparece Didier Roll en Francia, ¿verdad? A los 1 mes de la pandemia, él saca un protocolo alcaliniza el virus, que según él alcaliniza el virus y lo mata. Y la hidroxicloroquina. En Paraguay aparece en marzo esta enfermedad, y a partir de abril yo usé ese protocolo, hidroxicloroquina, acitromicina, con buenos resultados. Como ustedes saben, el 3 de abril los australianos descubren in vitro que es efectiva la ivermectina in vitro, y ahí empiezan los estudios in vivo. Pero leí a full en una palabra los trabajos de Héctor Carvalho, que se volvió amigo mío, el profesor Héctor Carvalho. También ahí está el doctor Estramesi, no sé si está todavía o no está más, Estramesi, que yo di conferencia, o sea, di una ponencia acá en Roma en 2 oportunidades con el doctor Estramesi. Encantado de encontrarle, doctor. Gracias. Entonces, yo le leo a los argentinos Héctor Carvalho, Alejandro Korolewski y Roberto Gir. Sus trabajos ya están publicados en el Clínica Medical del Lancet, ¿verdad? Que habla de, allá por septiembre, octubre del 2020, que reduce la carga viral, de hecho reduce los síntomas, reduce la hospitalización, disminuye la mortalidad. Ese está publicado en el Clínica Medical del Lancet. También Carlos Chacur, en Navarra, Pamplona, España, publica que la ivermectina, este trabajo Chacur hizo en Navarra, Pamplona, España, con científicos de Harvard, Madrid, Barcelona, Suiza y África. Está publicado en el Lancet. También habla que disminuye la carga viral. Luego le sigo a Pierre Corey, Paul Mary, Joseph Baron, mi ídolo, vamos a decir. También publica en el American Journal Therapeutic su meta-análisis. Yo leí 6 meta-análisis y ahí, como mostraban hace rato, 63 estudios controlados, aleatorizados, trial, ¿verdad? Que están publicados. El meta-análisis de la FLCC, Front Line COVID Critical Care, que todos conocen, 200 años de tradición, más de 2.000 publicaciones en revistas científicas de alta categoría, en los que más trataron COVID en Estados Unidos, está publicado en American Journal Therapeutic. También le seguía Eli Schwartz desde Israel, que publica también la efectividad de la ivermectina. Yo divido en 2 partes. Acá realmente 11.000 pacientes, pero creo que tenemos... esto es todo artesanal. Yo no tengo estadígrafa, yo no tengo... de atender pacientes, formé un grupo de WhatsApp de 256 personas. Ahora tenemos 12 grupos de WhatsApp. Tenemos 3.000 personas. Y en las redes sociales tengo 2 celulares con 10.000 amistades que son pacientes. Creo que la mitad del Paraguay, de los 7 millones que somos, 3,5 millones están tomando ivermectina. Di mis conferencias en todo el país. Fui atacado por el gobierno, por el Ministerio de Salud. Me quisieron meter preso. Me denunciaron a la fiscalía porque me acusaron de haber intoxicado a una criatura de 15 años con 130 kilos que le correspondía 13 comprimidos de ivermectina, porque es 600 microgramos kilopesos la dosis, pero no fue mi paciente, solamente la madre que tuvo COVID, se trató, se curó y le pasó a su hijo. Ustedes saben, como dice Joseph Baron, la obesidad tiene un imán, es la comorbilidad más grave, no es la hipertensión, la diabetes. Entonces esta criatura estuvo grave, yo mismo, porque era mi vecino, le llevé al hospital, entró en respirador, entró a terapia y me pusieron que el doctor Villa intoxicó con ivermectina. No existe intoxicación por ivermectina. Tiene, del año 75... Satoshi Omura descubre en el campo de gol de Ito, ¿verdad? Agarra un pato, le envía a Campbell, a su amigo Campbell. Y le dice Campbell, Satoshi, descubriste un antiparasitario de categoría. Entonces presentan a la OMS y de 1981 se utiliza. Un dato, en el año 2008 se dio para la oncocercosis a 630 millones de personas, para la filariasis a 130 millones, en total 790 millones. ¿Cuáles fueron los efectos colaterales? Leve cefalea, que se dio con aspirina, leve ras cutáneo, que se dio con un antihistamínico. No existe intoxicación. Yo en todas mis conferencias tomo 10 pastillas de ivermectina, ahora me olvidé, no traje, no sé si me iban a dejar pasarlo. Entonces me acusaron que yo intoxiqué. El diagnóstico de esta criatura era neumonía bilateral grave por COVID, jamás fue intoxicación. GOT, GPT, bilirrubina, todo normal. Entonces yo voy a hablar de la ivermectina y voy a hablar, después ya ¿cómo se llaman? Los centros asistenciales públicos y privados estaban saturados. No había un solo lugar, no había un solo balón de oxígeno. 150 muertos por día en Paraguay. Entonces, tratamos en la casa. Y lo voy a simplificar ya. Le tratamos con oxígeno para mantener saturación de 95, tenía 94, ya era hipoxemia, le poníamos oxígeno. Le poníamos antibióticos, después de los 7 días o 10 días, como dice Joseph Barón, el virus 10 días, después ya desaparece. Lo que queda después es la reacción antiinflamatoria, la tormenta de citoquina, que ustedes saben que mata después al paciente. Y el estado de hipercoagulabilidad. Entonces, nuestro tratamiento protocolo, que inclusive corrió por América y también España, Roma, en Buenos Aires tengo muchos pacientes. Entonces, oxígeno para tener saturación 95, antibióticos, que van a haber 3 protocolos. Le adelanto, uno es ceftriaxona 2 gramos día. Hacíamos en forma empírica porque no teníamos laboratorio, estaban saturados. Y en el interior de mi país, que es muy pobre, solamente yo le pedía 3 cosas: hemograma, PCR y dímero D. En el hemograma veíamos leucocitosis con neutrofilia, nos indicaba que había una bacteria. Imposible hacer un hemocultivo. Entonces, la PCR elevada nos hablaba de inflamación y usábamos la dexametasona, ¿verdad? Que Pierre Corey, en el Senado de los Estados Unidos, habló que ellos descubrieron la dexametasona, que primero no tenía aceptación, después se aceptó mundialmente, y dijo en el Senado Pierre Corey, que le estuvimos escuchando recién, que traigo una droga maravillosa, que es la ivermectina, y presentó el metaanálisis que hoy está publicado. Bueno, el siguiente. No sé si se corre con... Siguiente, next. No sé con cuál correr. Ahí está. Entonces yo, como me dijeron 5 slides, yo me voy directo al tratamiento, así. Esta es la dosis, ¿verdad? 600 microgramos kilo peso. Nuestros comprimidos en Paraguay son de 6 miligramos, entonces es directo. Si vos tenés, al ser de 6 miligramos los comprimidos, un solo laboratorio producía, ahora ya producen 7 en total, ¿verdad? Porque tarde o temprano la OMS, la FDA va a recomendar la ivermectina. Es milagrosa, es efectiva, es eficaz. Antes que me olvide, ¿dónde actúa la ivermectina? Este virus tiene el palito de gol, ¿verdad? La espina spike, y entra en una ECA, entra en una enzima convertidora de angiotensina, acá, la conjuntiva, en la nariz, en la boca. Y va al neumocito 2, donde hay ECA. Después entra al citoplasma y ahí está la importina. Y la importina le mete en el núcleo. ¿Qué hace la ivermectina? Anula la ECA, anula la importina, anula los canales de este virus para llegar al núcleo. Le crea ionóforo, dice Carballo. Le agujerea, le crea agujero. Ionóforo, entra los iones oxidrilo y revienta este virus. Y según David Shane, la cuarta información que tengo del mecanismo de acción, actúa en el CD147. ¿Quién es el CD147? Es el que atrae las plaquetas, los glóbulos rojos para formar al coágulo. Entonces la ivermectina es antiparasitario, antiviral desde el 2012 para influenza, chikungunya, Zika, SIDA, sarna de Noruega ahí en SIDA. Y es antiinflamatorio, detiene la endotelitis y también es anticoagulante. Entonces la ivermectina se usa en todos los estadios. Prevención, yo tengo 5 protocolos. Prevención cada 20 días, prevención del contacto, con síntomas leves, moderados y con síntomas severos, que viene a ser ¿verdad? Entonces, al ser de 6 miligramos, es directo. Si vos tenés 40 kilos, 4 comprimidos por 5 días. Con la citromicina, mi fórmula mágica es ivermectina, citromicina. La citro que dije que Didier Roll ya en enero del 2020 decía que alcalinizaba el virus y lo mataba. Y este es el protocolo de la FLCC, ¿verdad? La vitamina C, que ya vimos todas sus bondades, de 2 gramos cada 8. La vitamina D3, 7000 unidades cada 12. El zinc de 50 cada 12. La aspirina, 3.25 al día. Y un omeprazol para proteger el estómago. El otro protocolo, siguiente, no sé con cuál corre. El siguiente es el protocolo ya cuando el paciente está grave. A los 7-10 días aparece fiebre. Ya el virus no está, el virus se fue. Entonces hay una bacteria. Como dije, solamente pedía yo hemograma, PCR y dímero D, porque en el interior había mucha gente pobre, no había posibilidad de hemocultivo. Encontramos leucocitosis y neutrofilia, o sea, glóbulo blanco y neutrófilo aumentados, ¿verdad? Entonces acá está el primer esquema de antibiótico. Perdón, el anterior. Este es la ceftriaxona 2 gramos día, o ceftriaxona con levofloxacina 750 al día, y la tercera ya era piperacilina, tazobactam 4,5 con vancomicina. Cuando teníamos PCR alta, la dexametasona, que la dosis es mundial es 6 miligramos al día, pero nosotros usamos la ampolla entera que tenemos en Paraguay, 8 miligramos. Y anticoagulante, de acuerdo al dímero D, que para el Paraguay es 500 lo normal, llegamos a ver 5.000, allá usamos de 0,5 miligramos día, 0,5 miligramos kilo peso día, 1 miligramo kilo peso día o 1 miligramo kilo peso cada 12. Entonces, como ya dijeron los otros opositores, atacamos la inflamación, atacamos los coágulos. En resumen, oxígeno para mantener saturación 95. El esquema antibiótico, 2. Tercero, la dexametasona. Y cuarto, la enoxaparina. Pero siempre la ivermectina. Acá ivermectina, acá ivermectina y acá ivermectina. Que es antiinflamatorio y es también anticoagulante. El siguiente. Para ir terminando, no sé si me olvidé algo. En conclusiones, el tratamiento con ivermectina, menor tiempo de negativizar la PCR, menor tiempo de hospitalización, aumenta la recuperación y disminuye la mortalidad. Hay en la actualidad alta evidencia de la eficacia de la ivermectina. Y para terminar, voy a mirar por acá si me olvido de algo. Para terminar, modestia aparte, el profesor doctor Héctor Carvalho, que yo cada semana estamos hablando, él no pudo venir hoy por ciertos problemas, y él me considera uno de los latinoamericanos que más trató COVID en toda Latinoamérica. Hicimos trabajo sin costo. Mediante eso mis pacientes juntaban la plata para pagar mi pasaje. Lógico que yo puse un poquitito. Y no sé si en el siguiente slide se va a poder escuchar el audio del profesor doctor Héctor Carvalho. Y con eso me despido. El siguiente slide tiene un audio. Si apretamos acá, creo que sale el audio del doctor Carvalho. Creo que apretando aquí puede salir el audio. Bueno, Héctor Carvalho dijo: quiero felicitarlo por el impresionante trabajo que ha llevado y sigue llevando adelante en su lucha contra la pandemia. Es para mí un honor poder estar a su lado y a su disposición. Avíseme por favor cuando vaya a presentar los resultados que mencionó y que impactaron generalmente. Pues quería estar ahí para aplaudirlo de pie, aunque más no sea virtualmente. Un abrazo, Héctor. Excelente, doctor Villa. Gracias. Un periodista me atacó de asesino y paria de la comunidad. El Ministerio de Salud del Paraguay me denunció a la Fiscalía, me quiso meter preso. Y Carvalho me dice que merezco un desagravio porque no me escondí como lo están haciendo otros a nivel mundial. No me quedé en mi zona de confort, me dijo, dando lo que da la OMS, porque el Ministerio de Salud de Paraguay dice en la etapa asintomática y en la etapa de síntomas leves, te dice anda a tu casa, toma paracetamol, ve ibuprofeno, hacer videollamadas. Para mí eran todas estupideces eso. Entonces yo de entrada le ataco al virus con ivermectina, acitro, le reviento en la nariz, en la garganta. No espero que llegue al pulmón que dé una neumonía grave o que termine nunca con el paciente. Buenas tardes. Adiós.
I'm inviting now Dr. Francesco Matozza. Matozza is there? I remember that I think that we have 6 p.m. That is the limit. After we it can be tolerated.
Sì, il dottor Matozza mi ha pregato di presentarlo e lo faccio molto volentieri perché sì, è un medico come gli altri, ha curato 200 casi, però ha una particolarità che dal punto di vista, voglio dire, di laureato in scienze politiche non mi può sfuggire, è che lui è un responsabile, lui è argentino di origine ma francese di adozione, però è il responsabile del consolato italiano per la medicina e la psicologia, e lui nel consolato italiano, quindi come consolato italiano sia a Parigi, ha curato 200 persone a distanza per Covid con i farmaci che noi utilizziamo, quindi è l'unico consolato al mondo che ha fatto terapie domiciliari, quindi mi sembra interessante questo
Buon pomeriggio, senatrice Roberta Ferrero, egregi senatori, colleghi, signore e signori. Per me è un onore presentare il lavoro sulle conseguenze economiche della pandemia Covid. Questa ricerca è il risultato di una cooperazione internazionale tra Parigi e Buenos Aires. La terapia domiciliare, che è quella che noi riteniamo fondamentale nei pazienti del Covid. Questo lavoro è stato fatto assieme al professor Héctor Carvalho, anche lui di Buenos Aires, e il professor Roberto Hirsch, che è stato direttore del reparto di malattie infettive di un ospedale di Buenos Aires. Noi abbiamo prendere avanti. No, questo no. Per andare avanti. No. Sì, ho perso qui. Ah, ecco. Sì. Noi abbiamo utilizzato la terapia domiciliare con il protocollo IDEA del professore Carvalho. Da ottobre, cioè nei primi su 200 pazienti trattati, 90 col protocollo del professor Carvalho, e gli altri praticamente ho utilizzato la citromicina, la vitamina D, vitamina C, e poi abbiamo aggiunto anche la dexametasona, la noxeparina e l'aspirina. Su questi pazienti abbiamo ricoverato soltanto 8 casi e abbiamo avuto 3 pazienti cui familiari ci hanno contattato una volta che erano ricoverati, tra cui una signora di 85 anni che è stata ricoverata all'ospedale americano di Parigi per quasi 3 mesi in terapia intensiva, con l'arresto cardiaco, con 2 tracheostomie, multiple infezioni, e che ne è uscita sana, è ancora viva, no? Diversi colleghi hanno già parlato precedentemente di questi farmaci, quindi io mi soffermo sui costi, no? Il costo settimanale della terapia senza l'enoxeparina è di circa 130 euro a settimana, invece aggiungendo l'enoxeparina sono 600 euro. Con questi protocolli sono stati trattati 50.000 pazienti in Argentina e 90 a Parigi. Invece, quali sono i costi dei ricoveri ospedalieri? Questi sono i costi praticamente dell'assistenza pubblica di Parigi, perché negli ospedali privati sono molto più ampli. No, questo non va. Ah, ecco, va bene. Allora, abbiamo Covid moderato, cioè 7 giorni in un reparto di medicina interna, ammontano a 9.795 euro. Costi severo con 14 giorni nel reparto servizio di rianimazione sono 68.810 euro. e Covid critico 30 giorni servizio di rianimazione 147.450 euro. Poi bisogna aggiungere quello che in Francia si chiama SSR, servizio di riabilitazione, minimo 30 giorni per la fisioterapia fisica e motoria dei pazienti, perché molti pazienti finiscono con un'atrofia muscolare importante che non gli permette nemmeno di camminare dopo 2 mesi in terapia intensiva. Questi costi sono altri 15.780 euro. Noi abbiamo visto che facendo la terapia domiciliare precocemente, col protocollo IDEA o alcune varianti, si possono ridurre più del 95% dei ricoveri. Quindi questo è molto importante dal punto di vista economico qui per la Commissione Bilancio del Senato, perché praticamente con una spesa minima di 130 euro al giorno si riducono tantissimi ricoveri. E poi si liberano i posti letti per altri pazienti che ne hanno bisogno, pazienti oncologici, pazienti neurochirurgici, altri pazienti che non possono, devono per forza usufruire della terapia intensiva nel post-operatorio. Poi l'altro argomento sono gli anni di vita persa. Secondo un studio dell'Università di Pompeu Fabra di Barcellona, che hanno studiato in 81 paesi, gli anni di vita persa, cioè la differenza tra l'età di una persona alla morte e la sua aspettativa di vita. Nei paesi pesantemente colpiti dalla pandemia possiamo essere da 2 a 9 volte superiori agli anni di vita persi mediamente a causa di un'influenza stagionale, oltre il 35% in più agli anni di vita persi attribuibili a patologia cardiaca. In totale si sono persi con la pandemia Covid all'anno 2020 circa 20.500.518 anni a causa del Covid negli 81 paesi che sono compresi in questo studio. 16 anni per ogni singolo decesso. Io ho avuto dei pazienti che ho fatto ricoverare gravi a 30 anni, quindi figuriamoci se moriva a 30 anni perdeva 50 anni di vita. Oltre ai disagi dei pazienti per la famiglia, perché se uno muore a 50 anni, lascia la moglie vedova, i figli orfani, sono tutti questi disagi, no? Che fanno parte delle conseguenze non misurabili del Covid in termini economici, come la riduzione dell'aspettativa di vita, la riduzione del rendimento lavorativo, l'aumento dell'assenteismo, il rifiuto del trasferimento e insediamento in territori senza medici. Questo si sta verificando adesso, perché se uno è lontano da un ospedale regionale o locale preferisce andare altrove o lavorare da casa, no? E il deterioramento dei rapporti familiari. Le conseguenze fisiche sono la perdita del senso dell'olfatto e del gusto a breve e medio termine. Io ho dei pazienti che dopo un anno ancora non hanno recuperato completamente il gusto e l'olfatto, stanno facendo delle terapie sperimentali qui in Italia. Deterioramento neuromuscolare, aumento dell'incidenza della fibrosi polmonare con il conseguente deterioramento delle funzioni vitali. Quindi molti di questi pazienti ricoverati in terapia intensiva avranno la fibrosi polmonare e probabilmente con un fabbisogno di ossigeno. E poi le conseguenze psichiche della malattia, l'aumento dell'incidenza della nevrosi, le psicosi, aumento della violenza familiare, diminuzione dell'empatia tra le persone e un'altra cosa che ho visto in Francia è l'aumento dei suicidi. Questo è stato un aumento importante, praticamente una settimana. Quindi io in conclusione direi che qual è il messaggio che vi voglio dare? Che dobbiamo fare a tutti i pazienti una terapia domiciliare precoce per evitare i ricoveri necessari. Dobbiamo dare una cura profilattica ai familiari sin dall'inizio, cioè un paziente che abita con i figli e con la moglie, tutti e 4 devono fare la terapia preventiva con l'ivermectina. Non dobbiamo aspettare l'esito del tampone del padre che diventa dopo una settimana negativa. Io adesso recentemente ho avuto una famiglia, padre e 2 figli, che sono andati a Euro Disney in vacanze, il figlio 12 anni è ammalato, allora io ho dato la cura con l'ivermectina al figlio e al padre. Mi ha mandato un messaggio oggi, dopo 8 giorni, tampone negativo, quindi tutte e 3 possono tornare in Italia tranquillamente. Quindi questo è uno dei grossi vantaggi anche economici, perché se uno si deve pagare un albergo una settimana in Francia sono abbastanza costosi. Quindi insisto, i medici di base sono in prima linea per i pazienti Covid, quindi dobbiamo appoggiarli, assisterli, darle tutti gli elementi necessari perché possano fare una buona terapia domiciliare. E questo comporta anche una riduzione dei costi di ugenza, costi di ricoveri, e soprattutto non dobbiamo rinviare interventi importanti come interventi oncologici, interventi ortopedici per mancanza di letti in terapia intensiva. Ecco, grazie.
Now, in principle, we must have Roberto Lacerda from Brazil online or Dilip Pawar from India online. We have a confirmation?
Sì.
Who is the speaker?
It's Roberta Lacerda.
Roberta Lacerda?
Yes.
No? Okay. The podium is yours.
I sent my presentation. I was wondering if you could please. Buon pomeriggio, cordiale saluto egregi signori senatori, senatrici, specialmente senatrice Roberta Ferrero. Vi ringrazio di così onorevoli importante invito a condividere la nostra esperienza clinica nel trattamento del Covid in regime ospedaliero. And these are my last Italian words. Thank you very much. I'm Roberta Lacerda de Miranda Dantas, a Brazilian physician board certified infectious disease, and I'm a federal servant at ICU of University Hospital Onofre Lopes of Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. I'm also a state civil servant at the State Hospital of Infectious Disease, Giselda Trigueiro, mainly at Hospital Infection Control and Infectious Disease Outpatient Clinic. I'm also a member of the Scientific Committee to confront COVID at the Municipal Public Health of Natal, capital of Rio Grande do Norte, northeastern Brazil. We were invited to talk about the clinical experience of Brazilian physicians and researchers on COVID-19 in hospital treatment. As a context, next slide please, I will begin with a case study about the first COVID outbreak in March 2020 in the city of Belém, in the Amazon region, historically a region with insufficient hospital beds and access to intensive care. With the collapse of hospital cares, no vacancies for hospitalization, and with a delay of up to 12 hours for the collection of thousands of bodies at home that were occurring, Brazilian physicians from many specialties came together to adapt a home treatment strategy that should be offered in hospital if it wasn't for the collapse of our health systems. The editors of this scientific journal highlighted the courage and successful initiative of corticosteroids and anticoagulant use, especially when we recall that World Health Organization's recovery study only published data on June 2020 about low-cost dexamethasone reduces death by up to 1/3 in hospitalized patients with severe respiratory complications of COVID-19. Of the 210 cases of this study, only 2 deaths occurred. As far as we know, this study represents the first large series of cases of patients with severe criteria who were treated at home, considering the pathophysiological rationale given the collapse of the health systems in the metropolitan region of Belém, Pará, Brazil. The authors already had previous literature evidence of this strategy on influenza past pandemic and the current clinical experience of physicians from all over the world. How many deaths could have occurred if the authors, as many other physicians, had waited for this data published only on June 2020? Fundamentally, this treatment proved to be a real and concrete tool to reduce morbidity and mortality in this case. Next, please. The next case I bring was the second outbreak of COVID in the Amazon city of Manaus in February 2021, whose healthcare was collapsed in mid-January 2021 in the face of the most lethal and serious variant of concern that we experience here in Brazil, the Gamma variant, whose viral load is 100 times the original strain, with a higher tendency to form a lesion by disseminated thrombi and causing pulmonary and kidney injury more frequently included in the young population without comorbidities. In this study, in patients who obtained beds for hospitalizations, either due to severe laboratory alterations at high risk of thrombosis or by need of non-invasive oxygen, they used a drug with efficacy and safety establishment for prostate cancer that was studied to evaluate clinical response. Some may wonder, how can a cancer remedy was repositioned for COVID? And by truth, I tell you, we owe that to the clinical observation of frontline doctors and researchers at Padova, Italy, who warned us about the higher prevalence of men, bold, intensive care in detriment of better survival rates of men in the same conditions, however, who used the same drug. Over the months, what was a clinical observation and hypothesis about the role of sex hormones and the mechanism that led to greater penetration and multiplication of SARS-CoV-2 in our cells was then confirmed, once on biological basis in clinical outcomes with better survival rates, and more recently showing also benefit in women and home treatment. In this study, in patients, 580 of them, 288 received proxalutamide and 292 received placebo. The recovery rates were 88% in the proxalutamide group at 14 days of use and 92% at 28 days of use. In the placebo group, the recovery rate was only about 47%, and the placebo group only in the 28 days. We show in this last graphic of Kaplan-Meier's graphic 88% tax of survival rates. And the other article is from Annals of Oncology from Montopoli et colleagues about the paper of anti-androgen deprivation therapy and better survival of COVID patients in August 2020. You can pass. In this slide, we report our clinical experience in hospitalized patients in the city of Natal. Rio Grande do Norte, Northeast Brazil. The patients were all hospitalized with minimal oxygen support, WHO clinical score for COVID number 4. All of them received anticoagulant, corticosteroid, and supplementary oxygen as World Health Organization guidelines maintain. But inflammation levels, and also based on their weight and also in the quantitative of inflammatory tests, the doses of corticosteroids and also the anticoagulants were individualized. The mean age were between 40 and 50 years, ranging from 26 to 80 years, more than 50% with 2 or more comorbidities, being the most prevalent cardiovascular disease and diabetes and obesity. Our survival recovery rate at discharge was 84% and 16% required greater complexity of intensive care and evolving to death. 100% of the patients who went to death as the main risk of common access to hospitalization after the 10th day of symptoms. This is a retrospective cohort still under follow-up for post-COVID screening and future analysis for publications. Medical colleagues, epidemiologists, and researchers from Brazil published this technical note in this slide from February 2021 with all the theoretical rationale published worldwide and that guided our therapeutic approach presented here in Brazil. Next. As a take-home message to our physicians and also to our politics, we use some of James Carville applied to COVID-19. The first quote came from 1992 political aide James Carville that made these statements to Bill Clinton's campaign over George W. Bush: change versus more than same, and don't forget healthcare. And the one that still resounds today, it's the economy stupid. Applied to medical science, the second quote occurs on Lancet 1912 with the concept of Dr. Paul Ehrlich on the optimization of therapy of serious infections. That is the principle of hit hard, hit fast. The combination therapy has been shown to accelerate the elimination of the pathogen in some models of infection, and this principle implies that an improvement in survival should occur. In 1995, 10 years after the start of research around the AIDS pandemic, one of the largest important virologists and HIV researchers, Dr. David Hu, paraphrased Carville with, "It's the viral, stupid," to shed light on the importance of tests and that served to corroborate the theory that HIV is in fact responsible for the abrupt fall of TCD4 lymphocytes and launch, a posteriori, the basis for influencing the need of early treatment against HIV, instead of waiting for the infection to become chronic and with severe sequelae to individuals. Any similarity between the logic prior to 1992 of HIV antiretroviral therapy and the current health policies of stay at home and only go to hospital if shortness of breath remains mere coincidence. In 2005, coincidentally 10 years after Dr. Hu's famous placement, the renowned Dutch virologist Dr. Ben Beckhout mentioned again this strong face on an article in Retrovirology, talking about the importance of early treatment. Our last message that could be an allegory of censorship, persecution, and misuse of science that we see all today is: what would happen if Dante Alighieri had been censored by the Divine Comedy, a critic of Italian society's custom in 13th century? In 16th century Italy, Giordano Bruno, in put in check the geocentric theory of Ptolemy and Aristotle's defending the heliocentric theory based on the studies of Aristarchus and Copernicus, was accused of the following crimes: sustain opinions contrary to the Catholic faith and challenge their ministers, as we question health policies that contain more dogmas and manipulated evidence than science for the benefit of the humanity. They claim, Giordano Bruno claimed the existence of a plurality of words and their eternities, how we have reinvented the plurality of public health treatments and strategies to overcome this pandemic without causing so much damage to the economy and social justice. He was claimed to be involved with magic, divination, and charlatanism, how they are trying to criminalize us simply by respecting the Treaty of Helsinki and the universal right of human beings. What would be of the world without the studies of necropsy and human anatomy carried out by Leonardo da Vinci, considered himself heretical and iconoclastic in his time, and also condemned to house arrest for defending the heliocentric theory for a life? When he received the sentence, Giordano Bruno said the following sentence to his judges: "Perhaps you, my judges, will pronounce this sentence against me with greater fear than I received." Back to 2021, all of us, frontline doctors and researchers who advocate the use of effective, safe drugs, low-cost, oral, and now we suffer the same fate of Giordano Bruno, burned in a campfire as a rich defender of magic and charlatanism, having his tongue fixed to the chin to no longer speak. It is up to the ladies and gentlemen elected by the people and to represent the best interests of the people to change our sentence that and one of Giordano Bruno's last words. How naive to ask those who have the power to change power. This is just an allegory that knowledge is not only life, but is also the most potent weapon of change. Thank you very much. If you could ask the last slide.
Yeah, to arrive in time, Dr. Dilip Pawar from India. Pawar, you are in line?
Yes, good evening, good morning. I'm here, can you hear me?
Okay, you can start.
So can you open my presentation? Or shall I share the screen? Yes, team, can you open my presentation? Can you all hear me? I want my presentation, or shall I share my screen?
You must share the slides on the screen.
Shall I share them if you're not able to share?
You must share your slide on the screen. You push on
Yes.
the button, share.
Yes, but you should allow me. The host should allow me. The host.
You attempt.
Yes. Yeah.
Our technician, our assistant are working on that. You must give the control of the screen to our... when you open, you give the control.
Yes. So I have given the control. Can you see my presentation now?
Now we see the slides.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So
you can start, Dilip.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'd like to thank the organizers and the COVID Summit team and the entire world audience, including doctors and frontline healthcare workers, to give us this opportunity to present our experience in India. As we all know, the whole globe, the whole world is suffering from COVID, and each country has taken their own measures and come out with different protocols, treatment regimes based on individual experiences. So I'd like to thank the organizer, Dr. Dilip Pawar, and the world audience. That's my medical graduation from Mumbai. I'm an oncologist, and I have been working for last 2 years in government and municipal hospital as COVID expert. I was appointed by Mumbai Police and Indian Army as a COVID expert, and we have been trying to treat as many as patients with the different regimes. I have published couple of papers. Among that, one we have written paper on recovery trial and hydroxychloroquine, which you all may be aware of, which was published in Lancet, and there was issues raised about hydroxychloroquine, and it is shown to be toxic. So we evaluated that article and written this review about it, and we came to the conclusion that there will be many fallacies in the study, and therefore hydroxychloroquine should be allowed. But even that time, the hydroxychloroquine was continued to be used in India a lot. Then I have done one more study, 2 studies we have done in government hospitals and medical school, that about use of steam as an adjuvant in treatment in COVID-19 patient. It was an observation study, and we found out that even steam inhalation helps a lot in prevention as well as early treatment. So with that, I will like to give some highlights. The number of cases, though India has the second largest cases in the world, and in India, the state where I belong to, Maharashtra, and the city where I stay, Mumbai, has the highest number of the cases. Even the first case, which was reported, was through Mumbai and Pune, the adjoining city. And we had a large number of cases. And we had a mammoth task and challenges. So the cases has reduced, the active case control is only 1.16%, and we had a very high recovery rate, almost 97.51%. Now we all know the vaccination drive is going on, and India being a leader, we have manufactured in-house various vaccines, and that vaccination drive goes on. But still, the various challenges continue. Preventive measures has to be taken. When we have seen the first wave, the picture was slightly different. The presentations were different. The challenges were different. That time we saw the COVID was mostly into slum areas, like in India, in Mumbai, we have one of the largest slum, which is Dharavi, and the number of cases were rising very high. And that time we took adequate measures. I was part of the team. We went to each house and we tried to detect an early screening so that we catch hold of these cases. We were the first one to even make a law that wearing masks becomes mandatory, and probably by that lot of spread was inhibited. So we halted a lot of spread which was happening by simple taking measures by social distancing and wearing masks. And the other challenge we took up was screening. So we tried to screen all the patients who are susceptible and the high-risk patients who were in contact with this COVID patient. But during second wave, we saw the pattern change. And we were expecting that these areas where we initially had high number of cases will have high number of cases, but to our surprise, there were very less cases in this region. And probably later on we found out, so many of them has got even herd immunity and we could detect antibodies in them. And then in the second wave, the high-rise buildings were affected a lot, and mostly in the villages where we have not seen any cases, the patients were affected a lot. So this was slightly a change in the pattern we have seen, and of course the treatment challenges were always there. Now coming to, as we have seen some of the discussion earlier, and I showed one of my slides regarding hydroxychloroquine. So in India we were the early one who strongly believed in prophylaxis with hydroxychloroquine, and many of the doctors, healthcare workers and frontline workers, they were put onto prophylaxis with hydroxychloroquine. And I had also taken hydroxychloroquine initially, and we continued for weeks together. So after 8 weeks, we gave a break for a week, and then every week we continued because we were exposed very highly. And to a surprise that we have not seen major adverse events in any of our medical fraternity, and most of the people who were prescribed hydroxychloroquine, though we advise them to take care by taking regular ECG. But we have found probably this may have helped us. Then hydroxychloroquine was also part of the various protocols which we have developed. So the government has developed a central protocol in collaboration with All India Institute of Medical Sciences and ICMR, and then each state adopted their own task force adopted this regime. So hydroxychloroquine has always been a part of this regime, and we have found definitely it has helped a lot. So there are a lot of number of cases and a lot of reports published. Now other drug which was interesting was ivermectin, and some of our speakers have covered that, but India was slightly different. So then we shifted prophylaxis with ivermectin, and we have given a regime for giving prophylaxis with ivermectin. So it was started on day 1, 7, 14, then 28. And for the people like healthcare workers, then we advise them to take weekly ivermectin, and those who are less exposed, in general, they were asked to take a monthly ivermectin. And some states had a mass prophylaxis program given to a lot of people who were highly exposed, and we found out the cases definitely reduced. So this was slightly different, that many of the people in the country had taken ivermectin as prophylaxis. Now coming to the specific treatment, of course we'll not go in depth of the treatment, but I want to give an overview how the treatment pattern and what was the experience in India. So the protocol treatment of confirmed COVID-19 cases, we had more emphasis on pre-hospital patients and hospitalized patients. So many of the mild cases, especially those who are asymptomatic, so were preferred to be treated at home. And at the early stage, I was involved into setting up what we call as a fever OPD. So at various places we have fever OPD, so we can screen this patient, and if we have found them, if they were COVID positive, then these patients were segregated. Now what we did that time, we had two types of COVID center. We call as a COVID care center. So COVID care center 1 was devoted for high risk contact people. So moment we diagnosed a patient who was COVID positive, the rest of the family members were shifted to this COVID center 1, so that if they had contacted, so they can be treated or they can be isolated. And those with the mild cases were kept in the COVID center 2, and they were symptomatically treated. But during second wave, we saw the number of cases were huge throughout the country. And then we started the protocol where we treated many patients at home itself. Those were mild cases or mild symptomatic patients. So there were different stages which were divided. So stage 1 was mild, Then stage 2A was moderate with pulmonary involvement without hypoxia. Then stage 2B was moderate with involvement of hypoxia. Then stage 3 was definitely severe, and accordingly the treatment pattern changed. Now you see in the mild there were 3 groups A, B and C, and as I said, asymptomatic patients were basically treated only with the different types of multivitamins. Then group B, we found that probably India may be the one of the country where we have used extensively the tablet favipiravir, and we found out extremely good results. And what we saw, especially those who were symptomatic, they should be treated with favipiravir. And when we saw those patients who were not treated and they were symptomatic, or if they had comorbid conditions, they landed into hospitals. So we try to treat patients very early, so either with favipiravir or, as I said, hydroxychloroquine was always as a mainstay of the treatment. And the group C, when the patients are comorbid, and if some of the parameters like D-dimer or ferritin were increased, then they were put on either oral anticoagulants or low molecular weight heparins. Then we saw in stage 2, which we divided into stage A and B, and depending whether the lung involvement was DOR, and if the oxygen level was more than 93, then still we continued with favipiravir and symptomatic treatment based on the markers which were raised. And in stage 2B, if we have seen that oxygen level was falling down, and if some of the markers like cytokine storms, IL-6 was raised, then there was extensive use of drug like tocilizumab, and probably India was one of the countries where high usage of tocilizumab was seen, and we have seen dramatic good results and saving a lot of patients. There was another drug, and probably India was the only country where drug like itolizumab, which was approved, and in place of tocilizumab, this was used, and we could save a lot of patients. And finally, we all know in stage 3, it is severe case, and then appropriate oxygen therapy has to be given. Then India was the country where we have given a lot of injection of remdesivir when stage 2 symptomatic with comorbid condition, and definitely stage 3 when the oxygen levels are falling down, remdesivir injection was given along with the other treatment like steroids were used, dexamethasone or MPS, and definitely when there was cytokine storm, IL-6 was raised, we have given tocilizumab or even itolizumab. So what we found out, early diagnosis and early treatment was the key success for us. So what are the key points and what was the learning for us in the first wave, second wave, and way forward that we went to prevent the third wave? So prevention is the key success. So still in our country we continue wearing the mask. It is mandatory if you are traveling outside or using public transport, mandatory to wear mask. Social distancing, still there is a lot of restrictions on travel. Then screening becomes very important. So any kind of symptoms, so we are doing a lot of tests across, even if there is some symptoms develop, we screen the patient so that we diagnose the patient early. So early diagnosis is the key success, and that's what we try to do in a country and save lots of lives. So early diagnosis, early treatment, and managing the patient. So even some hospitals, they were robust enough, and even they try to treat even in stage 2 with remdesivir, and they have seen that those patients who were not treated land up into complication, and those patients who were early treated, they could save. Most important, after the COVID, one has to do post-COVID follow-up, and now we are seeing a lot of patients coming with the COVID complication. So again, detecting COVID complication early is very important so that the patient doesn't land into complications or cardiac complications or stroke, so that they may have complications and die because of the complication of COVID. So even early management of this complication is very important. So this is what the take-home message, and that is what our learning. And we have also seen the steam inhalation plays important role, and a lot of patients and a lot of people across the country have been following steam inhalation, which also in addition to the various vitamins which they are taking, has somewhere helped in controlling the disease. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
I asked if Dr. Maggi, Carlos Maggi, is available for the United States.
Yes, I am available. I am here.
Okay, okay, fine.
Should I share my screen?
It's your time.
I need to get my screen sharing ability disabled to share my screen. Please allow me to share my screen.
We project the slide, your slide from here, okay?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I still need to share my screen so you can see my slides.
No, is Robert here that do for you.
Okay.
Okay.
May I have the first slide?
One moment, technically. We hope. Okay, go on, Carlos. Start it.
May I have the first slide? I don't see my slide.
Advice when you want to change the slide. You
I
want to
don't
start
see
now, the first slide, no?
I cannot see the slides.
This is, okay.
Let me share my screen.
We are seeing your first slide. That is your name and your title, okay?
But I cannot.
Oh, okay.
I cannot see my...
Okay. Is figure 6. We have it now. You can start it to speak.
Okay. I cannot see the slides, sir. I cannot see the slides. I don't know what slide is being shown there.
We are seeing the figure 6, United States number of child COVID-19 cases added in past week. We are seeing on our screen here. So you have the need only to comment the slides of your presentation.
Yeah, but I don't see the slide. I don't know what I'm commenting on. Can I share my screen like Dr. Padab?
Yes or no.
So you can I can comment on my slides?
It seems that you cannot do that.
Okay, can I see then the slides that you're projecting? My slides that you're projecting? Because I don't see the slide. I can't see the slide.
Okay. Magic. There is a technical problem, so it's better that you speak tomorrow, because we have a technical problem that people cannot solve in this moment.
Let me just speak today.
But you can speak on the screen if you want. You can speak on the screen.
Right.
You know, this is an open speech. We pass your slide here. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Carlos, si pones salir de la pantalla completa, vas a poder ver los slides que nosotros estamos viendo.
¿Cómo hago para salir de la pantalla completa?
Arriba a la derecha hay unos iconos que te dice salir de la pantalla completa. Entonces se achica todo y tú ves ahí la presentación que se está proyectando.
Ok.
must present, you show me that you want to present one slide, something. We arrive at the limit that we close the door in some minutes.
Robert, ho appena mandato un'email a Lily, all'International Covid Summit, con una slide che non è mia, ma è una slide importantissima, che è del dottor Pooja Devani, che è un indiano che lavora e fa ricerca in Italia, in Umbria, e ha fatto tantissime pubblicazioni sul Covid, tutte estremamente interessanti. E se me la potessi mandare quella... Ce l'hai? L'ultima mail che ti ho mandato. Pooja sta facendo anche moltissime ricerche sui valori degli anticorpi dopo la malattia. Ha visto delle cose molto interessanti che spero ci presenti molto presto anche noi. Eccola qua. Allora, non è molto leggibile perché purtroppo l'ho fotografata io dallo schermo. Questo è un preprint di una pubblicazione sua e del suo gruppo che lavora anche in India, e questi sono già i 20 meccanismi dell'ivermectina con cui elimina il virus SARS-CoV-2. Ha identificato 20 meccanismi di interazione e quindi continuiamo con l'ivermectina perché è veramente efficace, lo vediamo noi clinicamente, ma adesso lo stiamo dimostrando anche da un punto di vista biochimico. Grazie.
Okay, I want to do a comment only because the Weiss Institute in Harvard when studied the access of the virus into the human cells, they found that there are no less than 8 keys to enter into the human cells, not only the AC2 receptor. And there are many mechanisms that are hypothesized that can activate it by the different keys to activate the cells. Okay? But because the variant have some part of their genome that is changing, depends also on the part of the RNA of the virus that is activated in the variant. If you have, for example, the part that is linked to furin, that is an insert on the key insert into the virus, you have some pathway who are automatically activated into the human cells. Imagine the furin, that is a protease for human, is typical of human, control more than 500 pathway, metabolic pathway into the human cells. Imagine the furin is activated and put in charge, but the virus internally, when it replicates, you have interference of more than 500 metabolic pathway. So this is very interesting to present this type of thing because show the complexity on which the virus jacket the human cells in a different way. There are moments in which you have the mitochondria, and so that you have all the metabolic and the syndrome, neuromuscular syndrome with fatigue, the energetic mechanism. But there are other mechanisms that go on the creation of the syncytia into the lung, that is multinuclear cells, etc., that destroy completely the lung. So now we explore all these type of things, and Indians are incredible on that to study this type of pathway metabolic. So we must be very cautious also when you use drug who can have interference with the RNA and ribosomal mechanism because they can activate or deactivate many pathways. And you have a metabolic syndrome after, or generic or specific metabolic syndrome on patient. This is very interesting new view. The clinician look at the difference between the first wave, the second wave, the third wave of the patient from the clinical point of view and the prevalence of different symptoms. We see that. But this corresponds to a modification of the metabolic pathway on the human cells. And this is very important to understand that. We are in front of a pathology that is complex. It's not
I am ready to present my slides, and I'm ready for my presentation if you're ready. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Ok. Prima, grazie per l'invitazione, grazie signori senatori della Repubblica Italiana. Scusate il presentero in inglese, nonostante le mie radici italiane e il mio amore per bello paese. My presentation is going to be in English because I practice in the United States. And I'm going to present the treatment of children inside the hospital, in the hospital, once they're hospitalized. As everybody knows, the majority, if I can have my first slide, my showing slide, the presentation of children is a very mild presentation. More than 68% of all children are either asymptomatic or they're healthy children, or they have very mild symptoms such as fever, headaches, abdominal pain, and very few of those end up in the hospital, although the percentage has increased. I am going to talk more about the sicker patients. Next slide, please. The sicker patients are patients that come to the hospital after the viral infection has subsided and have developed certain evidence of inflammation. In some cases, the inflammation is mild. In some cases, it's moderate. And in some cases, a few, thank God, is extremely severe. And that's when you have a patient that has multi-organ systemic failure or multi-organ involvement. Those are the sickest patients that come to the hospital. Next slide. The presentation of these patients involved neurological symptoms, confusion, headaches, lethargy, sleepiness, involved cardiac disease, involved lung disease, involved gastrointestinal problems such as abdominal pain, severe diarrhea, vomiting, and also in some cases involved the skin and the lymph nodes with rash and swelling of the extremities. Next slide. There's evidence that these children come about 4 to 6 weeks after the illness of the child. And the important thing about this presentation is that many times, because the timing is so delayed, by the time they present, they are COVID negative. And the testing is negative, and they don't attribute the physicians or the person that is taking care of these children do not blame or they not make the diagnosis of COVID. But next slide. As you can see in many of these cases, the infection is followed by about 4 to 6 weeks after you have the infection. We can see the infection happening 4 to 6 weeks before the symptoms present of multi-inflammatory disease. This presents a challenge in terms of diagnosis because the treatment of the child is very successful, but it depends on the timing. When is the treatment being used and what drugs are we using? May I have the slide, the next slide, please? The one that shows the treatment for children, the one that has the medications. The treatment of children with COVID involves three categories. The first category is antivirals. And for that, we have, in the hospital, of course, we have remdesivir, we have loginavir, and we have ritonavir. Those are the drugs, mostly remdesivir. But as everybody knows, remdesivir does not change mortality. It just changes the number of hospitalizations and the time of recovery. The most important armamentarium that we have for the treatment of children is the use of what we call immunomodulators. The immunomodulators are glucocorticoids, and we use very high doses from 1 to 2 milligrams per kilo up to 30 milligrams per kilo per day. We also use dexamethasone. Other immunomodulators that are extremely valuable, especially in the treatment of multisystemic inflammatory disease, is the use of intravenous gamma globulins. With the combination between steroids and intravenous gamma globulins, we have required to use very little other drugs, which are also available. We have interleukin-6 and interleukin-1 blockers, such as tocilizumab and anakinra, but we have not needed to use that in the last few months due to the success of glucocorticoids and intravenous gamma globulins. Of course, the importance of these drugs that are available is when do you use them? If you use them, next slide, if you use them in the first 10 days, the antiviral medications are going to work much more effectively than if you use it 2 or 3 weeks. In patients with MIS-C, which is the multisystemic inflammatory disorder that presents about 4 to 6 weeks after the infection of COVID, antiviral medications are not going to work. The only thing that is going to work, the only thing that works, is the immunomodulators. If you show the slide where it says IVIG, the most common treatment, you're going to see that almost 80% of all patients, that were admitted with severe inflammatory systemic disorder in children receive IVIG. Almost 50% received anti-inflammatory medications, and then a very few percentage of patients received tocilizumab or anakinra. It is very important at this point to realize that there's no uniform treatment for COVID in children in the hospital. But it is also very important to realize that when we put together the information from 66 pediatric intensive care units and 31 states of the United States, we were able to see about 3,185 cases of MIS-C, the most severe type of cases. And with the treatments that we provided, even though they were not uniform, but they were geared towards severe inflammation, only 36 patients died, which is less. It's about 1%, less than 1.5%, and this is the most severe cases. The most critical thing that I can say at this point, may I have the next to last slide, please, which is the one that says United States number of COVID-19 cases added per week for children and adults. We are going to see, when you see those slides, when you see that slide, you're going to see that the percentage of COVID proportionally has increased tremendously compare adults with children. When we started this pandemic in March of 2020, the percentage of patients that develop COVID compared to the adults was only 2%. 2% of all hospitalized patients were COVID for children. at about Christmas that we had our second wave, Christmas, December, November, Thanksgiving in the United States, that percentage went up to 8%. Unfortunately, and this is the reason I'm not there with you, in the last couple of months with the Delta wave, we have seen a relative decrease in terms of the spike for adults, but the children have gone up in terms of percentage, and we went from 2% to 25% last week. 25% of all the hospitalizations of COVID were, and infections for COVID were in children. May I have the next slide, please? Following the Delta, we have noticed also that there has been, in patients between 0 and 4 years of age, there's been a 10 times more hospitalizations in children between 0 and 4. Of course, those patients are not immunized, they're not vaccinated. However, in patients that are between 12 and 18, pediatric patients still, the vaccine is available. And a proof of efficacy of the vaccine is that patients that are vaccinated tend to come into the hospital less. There's a comparison between the unvaccinated adolescents and vaccinated adolescents, and you see a 10 times more hospitalizations and illness in unvaccinated patients when you compare it with the adults, or when you compare with their vaccination. Therefore, we have enough evidence that the vaccine works in children or adolescents, and we urge people to vaccinate their children. May I have my last slide, please? If I can have my last slide. I want to finish by saying vaccines do not kill people. As a matter of fact, there's plenty of evidence that vaccines are effective, especially in adolescents and in adults, where we've seen a decrease in hospitalizations in California. There's been a whole day of presentation about medications. Medications do not kill people either. What kills people is the desperation when they have not availability to use the recommended drugs, and they go and get veterinarian drugs, or they get dosages that are given for horses instead of children or young adults. And that's what kills people. In other words, vaccines do not kill people. Medications do not kill people. Ignorance is what kills people. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. I am sorry we had some technical difficulties. I want to finish this presentation by saying, first of all, thank you again for the invitation. But I want to use this opportunity to thank the first responders, the paramedics, the nurses, the therapists, the pharmacists, the housekeepers, and the hospital staff that work with us and have worked for the last 20 months or 18 and a half months with us, sacrificing their time, significant efforts, sacrificing and putting at risk their lives to take care of us. Once again, thank you very much, and have a good afternoon. Arrivederci.
No? Okay.
No, gli ho detto thank you very much,
Sì,
ma
sì.
non si è sentito.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Now we close this session because we are out of the time. We can continue more. I asked to the Senatrice Roberta Ferrero to close this event today.
Bene, pronto? Sì, è spento? Sì, grazie. Possiamo quindi concludere questa lunga giornata di lavoro, abbiamo ascoltato tante testimonianze, abbiamo avuto tanti approfondimenti, per cui io non posso che ringraziarvi di tutto quello che avete detto e avete fatto anche per venire qua, perché comunque avete affrontato dei viaggi. Allora il nostro obiettivo, lo sapete bene, è quello di curare le persone. Io vi faccio un appello, voi medici che di buona volontà, state uniti tra di voi, portate questo messaggio come avete fatto oggi e come farete anche domani, come avete fatto ieri, nell'incontro di ieri, bellissimo, in tavola rotonda praticamente, e quindi questo è il mio appello e il mio auspicio, che continuiate a sentirvi, scambiatevi i vostri dati relativi e continuate a approfondire tra di voi e a portare avanti questo messaggio. Io sono con voi. Grazie a tutti.